And now to the war in Ukraine. Russia's promised ceasefire this Orthodox Christmas weekend never materialized. While the fighting is hot on the ground, a war of information or disinformation battles it out in the airwaves. Russia made some big claims, saying to have killed 600 Ukrainian soldiers during a rocket strike in the city of Kramatorsk. Ukraine denies anyone died in the attack, and reports on the ground say none of the two closed college dormitories used to house troops appeared to have been directly hit.
Turning now to Ukraine, Russia's promise.
And now to the war in Ukraine. Russia's promised ceasefire this Orthodox Christmas weekend never materialized. While the fighting is hot on the ground, a war of information or disinformation battles it out in the airwaves. Russia made some big claims, saying to have killed 600 Ukrainian soldiers during a rocket strike in the city of Kramatorsk. Ukraine denies anyone died in the attack, and reports on the ground say none of the two closed college dormitories used to house troops appeared to have been directly hit.
Turning now to Ukraine, Russia's promised ceasefire this Orthodox Christmas weekend, it never materialized. And there was also no end to the war of words, as CBS's Ian Lee explains from Kyiv.
While the fighting is hot on the ground, a war of information or disinformation battles it out in the airwaves. Russia made some big claims today, saying to have killed up to 600 Ukrainian soldiers during a rocket strike in the city of Kramatorsk. And this tit for tat started when Ukraine humiliated the Kremlin with its New Year's Day attack on a base in the occupied town of Makivka. The U.S. said Ukrainian HIMARS rockets, like those seen here, killed up to 500 Russian troops, although Moscow claims only 89. Still fuming from the loss, Russia claimed the recent strike was in retaliation. Ukraine denies anyone died in the attack, and reports on the ground say none of the two closed college dormitories used to house troops appear to have been directly hit or seriously damaged, and there weren't any signs of blood or bodies. Local residents say the attack happened on Orthodox Christmas Eve during Russia's self-proclaimed ceasefire. And Jerika, Russia's claims could just be designed to appease their thirst for vengeance back home. But what we do know is independently verifying information on either side is hard to do in the fog of war.
Yeah, understandably so. Thank you.
Well, this morning, Russia's 36-hour ceasefire, it is over, although it never really began. Ukraine dismissed the truce as a cynical ploy, and the shelling intensified as many civilians were forced to observe our Orthodox Christmas in cold basements, separated from family. Let's go now to CNN's Ben Wiedemann, live for us in Kramatorsk, Ukraine, with more this morning. Ben, good morning to you. What is the latest?
Well, Don, over the weekend, as you said, Ukrainians celebrated Orthodox Christmas. Now, we were in the embattled city of Bakhmut, and what we saw is that the few residents still left in that city tried but did not have a very Merry Christmas.
There was no peace, no silence in Bakhmut on the eve of Orthodox Christmas. The unilateral Russian ceasefire never materialized. The guns didn't go silent. At one of the city's shelters, residents gather around a table laid with food and tokens of the holiday. Tatiana, a volunteer, tries to raise spirits. We wish you good health, peace, prosperity, and all the best, she tells them. She knows it's important to put on a brave face. Even though it's raining and snowing outside, I'm smiling, says Tatiana. I wish people a Merry Christmas. I try to show them it comes from my soul. She did manage to bring a smile to the only child in the shelter, 9-year-old Volodymyr. And his wish on this day? I want this war to end and all my friends to return, he says. For the adults, the gift under this tree is electricity to charge mobile phones and a wireless router connected to a satellite link-up, allowing for a tenuous connection to loved ones. To reassure them, however they can, that they're still alive, if not well. And here there's warmth in a city where public utilities were knocked out months ago. Yet it's hard to feel the holiday spirit, says Andriy.
It's so sad day.
As the day progresses, snow begins to fall and the shelling continues. Christmas Eve dinner is a subdued affair in this basement, home, for now, to a few of the doctors still left in Bakhmut. God bless us with strength, patience, and endurance is Dr. Elena Molchanova's toast. But here, strength has its limits. I feel pain, she says, because I can't be with my family. I can't sit at the same table with my mother and daughter. Christmas morning, and no let-up in the shelling.
For months, Russian forces have tried to take this city, but so far have failed. But in the process, according to one local official, more than 60% of Bakhmut has been destroyed.
At the Church of All Saints, priests hold Mass in the relative safety of the crypt. Candles provide the only light and warmth in this, the darkest of times.
And we're in front of a high school where it was hit just minutes into Monday morning at the supposed end of the Russian ceasefire. The Russians claim 600 Ukrainian soldiers were killed in this strike, but we've seen no evidence that there's any veracity to that Russian claim. Don?
All right, Ben Wiedemann in Kramatorsk, Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy is praising the resistance of two eastern cities despite their near-total destruction. In his nightly address Sunday, Mr. Zelenskyy said that Bakhmut and Solidar were holding out against Russian attacks, despite being among, quote, the bloodiest places on the front line. Also on Sunday, Ukraine and Russia exchanged 100 prisoners of war, 50 from each side. This is the 36th such swap. Meantime, Ukraine is dismissing Moscow's claims that a Russian strike killed hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers in Kramatorsk. A CNN team saw no indication of massive casualties in the area. And now CNN correspondent Nina Dos Santos joins me with more. Nina, this seems like it could be obvious rhetorical, if not actual, retaliation for the Ukrainian strike on Makivka, which claimed many Russian soldiers' lives. But there are reasons to be suspicious about the Russian account.
Yes, not least because the number is very large. So they originally claimed that 600 Ukrainian soldiers had been killed after two buildings that they said that they were using as barracks had been hit. But actually, if you go to the site, which a number of independent journalists have done so, not least Reuters news agency, La Repubblica, an Italian, very well-respected daily newspaper, has been to see, and indeed CNN also is in Kramatorsk, it doesn't appear as though there's any evidence of a few things. One, large numbers of Ukrainian soldiers actually having used these buildings as barracks. Two, there appears to be no civilian casualties or military casualties on the Ukrainian side from this hit. And the craters of where these missile rockets have landed aren't actually hitting buildings, they're outside of buildings. So they appear to have missed these targets. And indeed, it's very unclear as to whether or not these targets had large numbers of Ukrainian soldiers inhabiting them at the time. Now, so the question is, obviously, why would Russia do this? Well, it could well be a propaganda play, largely because the incident that you're referring to, Bianca, in Makivka, which happened on New Year's Day, Russia has now admitted that 89 of its conscripts, not soldiers, full professional soldiers, conscripts here, which in itself is a very sensitive issue for Russians in general, because originally this was supposed to be a special military operation that would not have needed conscripts. 89 of them, at least we now know, Russia admits, have lost their lives. Originally, Russia's military blamed them for having exposed their position by supposedly using their cell or mobile phones. Ukraine has dismissed that as fanciful. But we have to point out that there has been disinformation, perhaps, or confusion on either side. Originally, Ukraine said that that attack in Makivka had killed 400 Russian soldiers. Russia only admits to 89 there. So we're talking about large numbers on either side. And again, a very confused picture with some of these claims now having been debunked by independent media that has managed to make its way to these dangerous sites.
Nina Dos Santos, thank you so much.
Russia has bombed several regions in eastern Ukraine overnight, killing at least one person. Russian troops continue to shell the city of Bakhmut, their current focus in efforts to push further west. The strikes come as Moscow ended a self-declared ceasefire for Eastern Orthodox Christmas. Ukraine had previously dismissed the ceasefire as a tactic by Russia to gain time to regroup its forces. DW correspondent Sonia Falnikar joins me now from Kyiv. Sonia, what's the situation there right now?
Well, there has been no significant let-up in hostilities, along the front lines in the south and in the east of Ukraine. We've heard reports of, scattered Russian rocket attacks, which have led to some casualties, a lot of destruction. And of course, some of the heaviest shelling and fighting has been reported in the area in and around Bakhmut. This is a city in the eastern Donbas region where we've seen some of the bloodiest fighting in this war for over 5 months now. And it's one of the few places where Russian forces have really remained on the offensive. Their soldiers have, dug trench lines and fields just east of the city. And they are kind of rushing, fresh troops and artillery to the front lines in a bid to, capture this very strategic city in the Donbas.
We should remind viewers this weekend is Orthodox Christmas, an important weekend, of course, for the country. You visited Bucha near Kyiv, where Russian troops are accused of multiple atrocities. What was it like there?
That's right. We were in the main church in Bucha, the Church of St. Andrew. And, this church came under fire during the Russian occupation in March last year. Local officials said more than 400 people were killed. So I think in light of the enormity of the atrocities allegedly committed by the Russian forces, the service there yesterday was very emotional. The church was quite full. Many people, I think, it was also a painful experience for many people, especially when the priest in his sermon, addressed the tough year that the city had had.
The Church of St. Andrew in Bucha, on the outskirts of Kyiv. It's known for the makeshift burial ground that locals here dug for the bodies the Russians left behind. Priest Andriy Halavin narrowly survived with his life. He says many people here want nothing to do with Russia anymore.
We have our own identity, and Russia tries to kill, tries to destroy this identity. This war is for our survival as a nation. Many people, even those who have relatives in Russia, have seen what the Russian sphere of influence is all about. Now, they don't want to have anything in common with Russians.
And that includes how to celebrate Christmas. For Father Andriy, this is his second Christmas. He offered celebrations on December 25th as well, like the West.
People who wanted to celebrate on the 25th celebrated. There were carols and songs. And those who want to celebrate on the 7th will also have the same opportunity.
Those sticking to the Orthodox tradition are often older.
It's always easier for the young generation to accept change. Older people are more conservative. Even when they understand with their head that they need to change, the habit of decades is hard to break.
Let it be the way it is for now, but I think in the future we all have to celebrate Christmas on the 25th of December.
After the horrors Russian soldiers inflicted on Bucha, if there's one place in the world that deserves two Christmases, it's here.
Back with Sonia Falnikar live in Kyiv. Sonia, we just heard a woman there say Ukrainians should start celebrating Christmas on December 25th, like in much of the West. Just one woman, but is this another indication of Russian President Vladimir Putin achieving the exact opposite of what he set out to do?
Yes, I think that's true. I mean, many Ukrainians, especially younger Ukrainians, did celebrate Christmas on December 25th. And many churches in Ukraine, like the one we saw in Bucha, have opted to switch to the 25th, if not now, then in a few years. And this is part of moving away from Russia and towards the Western world. And I think it's part of a larger shift that we're seeing since the beginning of the war to really move away from cultural traditions that reflect, Russia's long domination of Ukraine, to reject everything associated with Russia. And we saw that in a ceremony which was held in a significant monastery here in central Kiev yesterday. Hundreds of worshippers turned there. This was a site that was associated with the Moscow church. And now, we have the Ukrainian Orthodox Church taking over there and holding a service in Ukrainian. So deeply symbolic.
Symbolic indeed. That is our Sonia Faunakar in Kyiv. Many, many thanks, Sonia.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre on Friday announced new levels and new forms of U.S. support for Ukraine as it resists Russia's invasion.
Today, the United States will demonstrate our continued enduring commitment to Ukraine's ability to defend itself with the announcement of over $3 billion in new military assistance to Ukraine, including $2.8 billion drawdown for Ukraine, the largest yet.
Russian President Vladimir Putin announced a 36-hour ceasefire over the Orthodox Christmas celebration. But U.S. President Joe Biden told members of his cabinet he is skeptical. Less than a week ago, on New Year's Eve, Russia attacked Ukrainian civilian targets, including this children's hospital in Kherson. Biden had this to say about the war.
Right now, the war in Ukraine is a critical point. We have to do everything we can to help the Ukrainians resist Russian aggression, and Russia is not attempting to slow up.
At the Pentagon, Press Secretary Brigadier General Patrick Ryder explained what that support would look like with the Bradley fighting vehicles.
It's not a tank, but it's a tank killer. A Bradley is a armored vehicle that has a firepower capability that can deliver troops into combat. Again, it will provide a significant boost to Ukraine's already impressive armor capabilities.
At the State Department, spokesperson Ned Price was also skeptical of Putin's proclaimed ceasefire.
We believe this is a cynical ploy so that the Russians can use a bit of time, whether it is a couple days or however long it ends up being, to rest, to refit, to regroup, and ultimately to reattack. To reattack with potentially even more vengeance, even more brutality, even more lethality if they had their way.
As Ukrainians gathered Friday to celebrate Orthodox Christmas with processions in cities like Lviv, air raid sirens could be heard in the background. U.S. officials confirmed Russian shelling had not stopped despite the ceasefire proclamation. Cindy Sain, VOA News.
The fighting in Ukraine continues after Ukraine rejected Vladimir Putin's call for a temporary ceasefire for Russian Orthodox Christmas, which is celebrated today. There were new attacks in the Donetsk and Dnipropetrovsk regions after the Russian president said that he would pause fighting on Friday into Saturday to allow Orthodox Christians to attend Christmas services. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, he called the proposal a, quote, manipulation. As he met with 2 U.S. senators in Kyiv, he said that Moscow wants to use Christmas as a cover to pause advances by Ukrainian troops and bring in more men and equipment for the Russian side. Joining us now to discuss this and more is retired Army Major General James Spider Marks. He is a CNN military analyst and a head of geopolitical strategy at Academy Securities. General Marks, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I want to start with that proposed 36-hour Christmas ceasefire, that proposal made by Russia, of course. Do you agree with Ukrainian and Western officials that call this a ploy, a PR stunt, and a tactical move by the Russian president?
Yeah, yes, I do, Alex. I mean, let's be frank. It's very easy to be cynical about what Putin says and then what Putin is going to do. But what's interesting is that in the history of warfare, it's not unusual to have these Christmas temporary ceasefires, giving both sides an opportunity to rest. But really during this period is you can rest, you can refit, you can reposition, which is clearly what the Russians are doing right now. So it's an honest assessment to be a tad cynical about what Putin said he wanted to try to achieve with this temporary ceasefire.
Yeah, rest would certainly benefit the Russians who've been on their heels for quite some time now. General, I want to ask you about this huge new aid package, almost $3 billion in direct aid to the Ukrainian military. And it now includes for the first time the 50 armored combat vehicles known as Bradley fighting vehicles. These are not quite tanks, which of course Ukrainians have been asking for a long time. But how do you expect that these Bradley fighting vehicles and the other armored vehicles that other allies are sending to Ukraine, how is that going to impact the fight?
Well, it's quite a significant enhancement in terms of the Ukrainian ground forces being able to achieve a level of maneuver. Now, there's a difference between mobility and maneuver, and we don't need to get into that type of inside baseball discussion, but maneuver allows forces to eat up large swaths of terrain, but they need to be used. This maneuverability is achieved through a combination of ground capabilities, air capabilities, long distance, deep fires, great intelligence. All of this needs to be synchronized. So a single piece of equipment like the Bradleys is wonderful, but it needs to be used in conjunction with all those other enablers. And so the key is, are the Ukrainians prepared to inject this type of capability and achieve that level of maneuverability, which really puts them at a great advantage over the Russians? Because every time tactically, when the Russians and the Ukrainians engage, the Russians lose. They get slaughtered. So the Russians don't want to see this great maneuverability on the part of the Ukrainians, but it needs to be achieved with all those other capabilities as well. So it's a plus up, but it remains to be seen.
We have seen this general escalation of the systems that are being sent by the U.S. and other NATO allies to Ukraine over the course of this war. In response to Ukraine asking for tanks, U.S. officials have said that at least the American tanks, require a lot of training, a lot of maintenance. We're now seeing France, however, announcing that it's going to be sending some light tanks. Obviously, there's some German light tanks that the Ukrainians also want to get their hands on. So do you think we're getting closer, we're inching closer with these Bradleys to those Western allies sending tanks to Ukraine?
Yes, absolutely. But, some of the restrictions, Alex, need to be removed. You've indicated that we don't want HIMARS, those long-range fires, very precise fires. We give them the missiles that only go out to 40 miles. We have missiles that could take them out to almost 190 miles, 300 kilometers. We've told them not to strike across the border. Of course, that is the border into Russia. Of course, that have taken place. So you don't need to have these artificialities placed on these capabilities. You want to kind of let them loose with the right type of training to achieve those maximum results. At the end of the day, the Ukrainians have acknowledged they're going to end up with a hodgepodge, kind of a cat's breakfast of all these different type of capabilities. That's not ideal. But when you're looking for these types of enablers, and you've got nations that are willing to step up and say, I'll provide you X or I'll provide you Y, understand you're going to have a whole bunch of maintenance problems because you've got to keep these things. And in many cases with tanks and Bradleys, you end up with their fuel hogs. Can you maintain them? Are you going to have these pieces of capabilities, this great kit, end up at the end of a particular operation where they can't maneuver anymore because they're running out of fuel? These are considerations that the Ukrainians are aware of. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. What I'm saying is these are the things that are on the board that will be addressed and are being addressed right now. That's what warfare is all about. Look, people talk about tacticians warfare. This is all about logistics in order to support this type of operation.
And what we continue to hear from the Ukrainians is thank you for all of this, but we still need more in order to defeat the Russians. Retired Army Major General Spider Marks, we have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Appreciate it.
Welcome to Ultimate Ukraine YouTube channel. We all know that Rome wasn't built in a day. Ukraine has shown us the best example of this since February 24th, 2022. The Kiev army completely changed the course of the war, especially in the first week of 2023, with critical strategic moves. We have never seen Russia in such a passive position. The architect of this situation, Ukraine, is currently on the Bakhmut front line, continuing to hit the invading Russian army in the heart. Now we are going to Bakhmut, the front line where the hottest and most violent conflicts take place. Once upon a time, the eastern front of Ukraine was the best battleground for Russia. The advantage was in the invading Russian troops. Immediate logistical support was provided from Belgorod and the Kursk region. But over time, the Moscow army used almost 50% of its ammunition reserve on the eastern front line. Bakhmut, on the other hand, was a small city that the Russian army had not been able to occupy for about 6 months. The Russian army suffered the heaviest loss of ammunition and soldiers proportionately in Bakhmut. According to our analyses, independent war analysts, and the data of the Ukrainian General Staff so far, the Russian army lost 20% of all the ammunition it lost on the Eastern Front and nearly 20,000 soldiers in Bakhmut. Compared to Bakhmut's surface area, these losses were enormous. It was almost like a battle to Helm's Deep. When things started to go wrong for the Russians, the basic balances in Bakhmut changed, and this place has now turned into a war bastion of Ukraine. At the moment, breathtaking clashes are still going on in Bakhmut, where black smoke covers the sky, thousands of bullets fly in the air every day, and is the grave of countless soldiers. In this battlefield where the soldiers of the Ukrainian army have mastered, the Russian trenches have begun to be pushed out of the city. The recent attacks by Ukraine in the city turned the 41-kilometer battlefield into hell for the Russians. In Bakhmut, where 20,000 soldiers could fight at the same time, and a new one could join the battlefield instead of each dead soldier, the conditions began to get worse for the soldiers. The dates were showing January 8, 2023. Russia was preparing to attack in a wooded area of Bakhmut to try one last move before the day was out. The sun had already set, and nearly everyone on the battlefield was gathering energy for the next day's fighting. The invading troops launched an attack on the assembly areas of the Ukrainian forces in the direction of Bakhmutsk. The purpose of the Russians in this offensive operation was to capture Soledar and provide a better view for the troops trapped in Bakhmut. The soldiers of the Moscow army came under defensive fire from the Ukrainian forces as they passed through Bakhmutsk. But the Russians, who managed to shift most of the troops from here to the hills in the city of Soledar, narrowly escaped a great danger. Having a chance to breathe in Soledar, the Russian troops began to force the Ukrainian defense lines after they were well deployed in this region. But the solid shield formed by the Kiev army could not be broken. In addition, Russian troops sought support from their troops in Yakovlivka to break through the defenses of Ukraine. But the Ukrainian forces launched a sudden offensive operation against the invaders in Yakovlivka and liberated the villages in this area. As soon as Yakovlivka fell to the Ukrainians, the Russians had only one chance: massively attacking the defense line of the Kiev army between Soledar and Bakhmutsk. The Russian troops were faced with a barrage of fire from Yakovlivka. Especially the Ukrainian forces in Yakovlivka were able to target Russian troops forming fortifications in Soledar from behind. The Russian soldiers were forced to flee towards Bakhmutsk due to pressures of the Ukrainian forces. It was reported that Wagner Mercenary Corps was among this group that fled. The soldiers of the Wagner group, hiding in a school in Bakhmutsk, were advancing towards the border line of the city in order to be able to participate in the battles of Bakhmut after waiting there for a while. In fact, all the fighting in this area was a rehearsal for a better position and advantage on the Bakhmut front line. Ukrainian and Russian troops were also advancing from the surrounding areas of Bakhmut into the depths of the city. Yesterday, however, the gates of hell were reopened for both sides of the war. In other words, a movement started again in Bakhmut. The Ukrainian army, with 120,000 soldiers, inflicted record losses on Russia in this city. Russia, which has been trying to occupy the city for about 6 months, is putting 70,000 soldiers on the field in Bakhmut alone. However, we cannot say that the number of soldiers is very important for the conflict on the front. As we mentioned, the front can only accommodate 20,000 soldiers. Although this situation seems to be at the disadvantage of Ukraine, there is a great show of strength of Ukraine here. The stage takes 20,000 soldiers, and Ukraine always won at that stage. The redundancy of 120,000 soldiers in numbers may pose a question mark in your mind. However, when Bakhmut is completely liberated, 120,000 Ukrainian soldiers will take action to liberate the entire east. This is a strategy and intelligence war. Despite all this, Russia, as we mentioned, counterattacked again yesterday and launched an attack on the Ukrainian forces with its troops from Bakhmutska. But the invading troops were waiting for a surprise right in the Bakhmut border area. Yes, Russian soldiers advancing from Bakhmutska into the heart of the war were attacking the Ukrainian forces here. But a critical detail that was forgotten brought disaster to the Moscow army. A group of Ukrainian forces had been following the Russian troops from Bakhmutska towards the conflict zone, namely the borderline of Bakhmut from Yakovlivka. As a result, whenever the Russian troops advanced, the Kiev forces, which had been behind the invading troops since Yakovlivka, were advancing to the same extent. The fierce conflict between these two groups in the southwest of Bakhmutska, right in the area we are talking about, added new ones to the number of losses of the Russian army in Bakhmut, turning into a pit of hell. Bakhmut also became the mass grave of the soldiers who died in the conflicts on the surrounding fronts. As a result of the last attack, Russia realized that some things were much more difficult in Bakhmut than before. On this front line, there have been clashes in the forested areas in the last few days. Weather conditions were much worse in this region last week, but the rain a few days ago had softened the ground in Bakhmut. For this reason, both sides of the war could not properly advance their armored vehicles in the region. This situation actually worked very well for the Ukrainians, because the Ukrainian forces outnumbered the invading troops in this city. At least, according to our latest data, this was the numerical situation. With the softening of the ground, forest conflicts also intensified. The battle in Bakhmut, which turned into a full-fledged positional conflict, was further diminished by the Russian leader Vladimir Putin's temporary ceasefire order. Ukraine, on the other hand, claimed that Putin's temporary ceasefire had different purposes. In fact, considering that Russia prevented the humanitarian corridor of the Ukrainians at the beginning of the war and even carried out offensive operations in these areas, it would not be absurd to say that Putin had a different intention in this regard. But no matter what, the Ukrainian armed forces does not seem to make any concessions to the Russians with the dynamic pace it has caught after the new year. In this regard, support to the Kiev army is also very important. In Europe and the USA, the problems with the supply of ammunition are starting to increase, especially these days. But Ukrainians are also feeling the strain. With European stockpiles depleted, most European governments have yet to switch to wartime production to make up for Ukraine's spending on arms and ammunition. Even the United States is beginning to feel it should prioritize. For example, in the case of 155mm howitzer ammunition, the USA provides about 14,000 rounds per month, but reports from Ukraine indicate that his forces fired an average of 5,000 rounds a day. The Pentagon recently announced that it plans to triple production of 20,155mm rounds per month by spring and by 2025. Ukrainian forces need to have military stocks at least twice their daily rate in order to re-attack invading troops and liberate more national territories. And the challenge this year is clear. Will European governments make contracts and spend the money to accelerate the production of ammunition and equipment to meet Ukraine's needs to continue to hinder Russia's advance, and then take the initiative to defeat their power and liberate all the lands of the nation? These possibilities must be entirely in Europe, because as the United States ramps up munitions production, Washington has additional arms commitments to meet, including supply contracts to Taiwan and others. So the burden must fall on Europe. The West, which should lighten the burden on the shoulders of the United States, should support Washington on this matter, whatever it may be. The conflict in Ukraine is a system-changing war, the outcome of which will determine the continent's security for a generation or more. It is time for all European governments, not just those on the eastern border, to understand what is at stake and act accordingly. This war is first and foremost a numbers game. Not the good one, but the crowd wins. Thank you for watching us.
Let's talk more about Ukraine and Russia with retired four-star Navy Admiral James Stavridis. He is Chief International Analyst for NBC News. Also with us, President and founder of the Eurasia Group and G0 Media, Ian Bremmer. The Eurasia Group is out with its annual top risks report. Good morning to you both, guys. I want to get to the list in just a second, Ian, but Admiral, let's start as we turn the calendar into a new year with the state of play in Ukraine right now. A big attack with an American-supplied HIMARS against Russian troops a couple of days ago. A significant blow to Russia. What does it look like on the ground right now in Ukraine?
Yeah, I think the right question is, what does it look like on the ground and what does it look like in the air? We've really got two different wars going on here in a certain sense. On the ground, it's not going well for Vladimir Putin's Russia, thank God. And that strike, which you mentioned, which the Kremlin says killed 80, I'm told reliably in the hundreds, because of dumb use of cell phones on the battlefields. These are the conscripts, the cannon fodder moving forward. So the war on the ground is not going well, and it's not going to go well. In the air, however, Vladimir Putin continues to use his Air Force, his cruise missiles pretty effectively to take out Ukrainian critical infrastructure. So two different wars, Willie. We're doing a very good job on the ground with this, and I think the addition of the Bradley fighting vehicles is spot on. We need to do more to provide air defenses. President Zelenskyy always says, help us close the skies over Ukraine. If we could do that, I think that would shift the balance.
And the strategy from Putin appears to be going after civilian targets, infrastructure in the cold and dark now of winter. So, Ian, that, of course, is the number one on your risk list here. Rogue Russia, a humiliated Russia, you say, will turn from global player into the world's most dangerous rogue state. What does that mean for the world?
Well, we've never seen a rogue state that has had the kind of power that Vladimir Putin's Russia does. We dealt with rogue states, North Korea, Iran. We know what a rogue state does, right? They've been cut off from the international economic system. They've been cut off from international diplomacy, and they're considered a military enemy. We want to overthrow the regime, fundamentally. We want the end of these people. Now, in Iran, you see the drone strikes, the ballistic missile strikes, the espionage, the proxy wars, the terrorism. That's where Russia is heading. They're not going to win this war on the ground, as the Admiral just said. And frankly, they're not going to be able to stop the Ukrainians through punishing them in the air. So what does that mean over the coming year as Putin is still very much in power? It means that a war which has been focused on Ukraine so far is increasingly going to be focused on NATO. We're not in a cold war with Russia. We're in a hot war with Russia that we are largely fighting by proxy. The Russians increasingly are going to expand their asymmetric efforts against frontline NATO states. And how can that not be the top risk in the global environment this year?
A couple of thoughts for both Admiral and Ian. Let's talk through a few things that Ian just brought up. First of all, the fact that the Russians, we may not consider ourselves at war with Russia, but the Russians, when they see Zelenskyy in America, when they see the weapons going there, when they see what we're saying every day about them, they consider themselves to be in a hot war with us. That's one thing. Second thing, Admiral, I'll start with you. I'm going to touch on something that Ian said. I have long said, and it may be confounding to some people, but I think you two will understand it through the years, that the only thing that I was more fearful of in Russia than Vladimir Putin was Russia after Vladimir Putin. And let me explain. A Russia that melts down, that looks like Russia in the early 1990s, that is militarily anarchic, that has anarchy in its political system and its social structure, that leads to the type of armed services hearings that we had at the end of the 90s, where people were talking about coming to us saying we're afraid that there's some nuclear suitcases that may have slipped out of Russia's possessions. They could be right now locked in a bus station somewhere in Kansas. Somebody pays them the money. They pick that up and they put it in any city and cause serious problems. We had one hearing after another like that in the late 1990s because of the chaos that followed the fall of the Soviet Union. That is a long way to get to what I'm talking about here. Here we are in 2022. And Admiral, let's talk about the fears. Let's talk about the threats. If there is a complete meltdown in Russia with no succession plan, And you have a rogue state, like Ian said, sitting on more nuclear weapons than any other country on the planet.
Yeah, about 6,000 if you're counting. And in many ways, you're spot on, Joe. In some ways, we ought to worry more about Russian weakness than Russian strength for exactly the reasons you articulate correctly. In terms of a succession plan, there ain't one. Putin is a classic example of A's hire A's, but B's hire C's. He has surrounded himself with a team of non-rivals. And as a result, your scenario, a dark one, is potentially possible in an event where Putin is simply overthrown. So I think the question is, what should we be doing about it? And the answer to that question is, A, thinking about it coherently, Pentagon planning about it, focus on the loose nuke scenario that you talk about. It's real and it's concerning. And I think, above all, we want to try and manage through this conflict that we're engaged in, as Ian just said correctly, a war effectively being conducted in a proxy sense. We've got to land the plane here and not fly it into the mountain.
So, Ian, off of that, landing the plane, I mean, we do have Bradley fighting vehicles apparently on the way to Ukraine. But we also have a Congress, an incoming Congress, that half the Congress, the majority, the Republicans, some of them seem less than willing to go full-fledged support for Ukraine, for funding the war, for providing additional military apparatus for the Ukrainians. What happens to the coalition that the President of the United States skillfully put together if we weaken in terms of our resolve and support financially and militarily for Ukraine?
Yeah, the United States has been by far the most important military supporter of Ukraine. And that has still enjoyed the support of a strong majority, not just of Democrats, but also Republicans. So you're right, a few on the fringe have made some news in saying no blank check. And what that means is we really want to stop paying them. But other than the ultra-MAGA types, you're not seeing that in 2023. And the same thing is true for the Europeans, 27 countries all supporting 9 rounds of sanctions against Russia right now. So for the foreseeable future, this coalition is not getting weaker. Putin is getting more humiliated. That's a good thing in terms of the Ukrainian people. It's not necessarily a good thing if we think about the future of the global order.
Ian, that's a great transition to the list. You have 2 elements on the list that are really interesting to me. One is the weapons of mass distraction. I think that's what it is, right? Yeah. And then the other is the divided states of America. Talk about those 2 in relation to the kind of chaos that Mike alludes to in Congress.
Well, first of all, the United States is number 8 on the list. And given the fact that the list is actually made on the basis of impact, likelihood, and imminence, that almost means the U.S. isn't there. And the fact that the American democracy shows such resilience is, in addition to, say, Brazil, in addition to the European Union, is one of the good pieces of news for 2023, that we can take away a big flashing don't panic sign. But what brings it together is that in 1989, when the wall came down, the United States, for good and for bad, sometimes hypocritically, was the leading exporter of democracy around the world. Now, in 2023, we're by far the leading military, we're by far the leading economy, but not only is the United States not the leading exporter of democracy, actually today, the United States is the leading exporter of tools that destroy democracy. And here, of course, we're talking about social media, we're talking about generative artificial intelligence, and a very small number of individuals who control business models that are not intended to destroy democracy. They're just intended to maximize profit. But they actually do drive polarization and rip apart the fabric of civil society in the United States, and perhaps more importantly, in other democracies that are a lot weaker than the United States. And we have to take a very hard look at the implications of that for the way we do and don't lead around the world. How can you not include that kind of a risk as we look at 2023?
So can you give us some specific examples of that? I think we all have our own ideas about that. But give us specific examples of what tools, what social media networks, what are the biggest threats to democracy globally?
Look, I'm not going to sit and say it's TikTok or it's Twitter. I'm going to say it's the algorithms that drive them. So the name of the risk was weapons of mass disruption. And interestingly, it's the first time in 25 years that I didn't write one of the titles. It was written by ChatGPT, an AI bot. This 2023 is the year when artificial intelligence breaks the Turing test, when people around the table and watching right now will not be able to distinguish between a bot and a human being in engaging in text and chat online. Now, what that means for bad actors that have access to thousands or millions of those bots and the disruption that they can wreak on corporations, on markets, on elections, especially when some of those bad actors are controlled by states, rogue states, like the Russians, for example, or even like an increasingly embattled Xi Jinping. Just like Admiral Jim was just saying, A players hire A players, B players hire C players. Well, the big difference in China in 2023 compared to 10 years ago is Xi Jinping is now hiring C players. He only has loyalists around him, and the likelihood he makes mistakes is high. The likelihood he acts in disruptive ways is getting much higher. You put that together with the kind of control of a surveillance economy and AI bots that we can't tell when there's disinformation. That's a threat to democracy. Now, the United States has a strong democracy, but we haven't faced threats like this before. And again, I think the fact that they're all coming together is one of the things that worries us.
Let's get one more off your list before we let you go, Ian, and that is Iran. We're seeing extraordinary scenes in the streets over the last 3 months or so of young people coming out in defiance of the Islamic Republic. Richard Haas was here a couple of days ago saying he thinks this is as shaky as he's seen it since 1979 there. Does something give this time, or is it sort of a push and then a retreat back to the way things have been for the last, 43 years?
3 quick things. One is the demonstrations are not getting stopped. The Iranian response is not in any way compromise or concession. It is just repression. They don't have anything else in their toolkit.
Welcome to the Ultimate Ukraine YouTube channel. The war between Ukraine and Russia continues in the direction of Donetsk, accompanied by fierce clashes. Clashes between the Ukrainian and Russian armies were recorded at several points on the outskirts of the city of Donetsk in the past day. Ukrainian forces were seen very close to the city of Donetsk. Ukrainian forces did not encounter incompetent Russian soldiers, but Chechen Kadyrovites who were trained to fight from the day they were born. Russian forces made some progress on the outskirts of Bakhmut, thanks to support from the Chechens. However, Ukrainian forces soon repulsed them all. The State Border Guard Service of Ukraine stated that Ukrainian soldiers carried out a tactical counterattack in Bakhmut, advancing 300 meters in an unspecified area, forcing Russian troops to withdraw from some unspecified positions. Russian military officials denied the Ukrainian Border Guard Service's statement, claiming that Russian troops were advancing to the northeast and south of Bakhmut, and that Bakhmut was making gains within himself. The Ukrainian armed forces attacked a base used by Kadyrov's soldiers in Marinka. Because Chechen soldiers fought better than the Russians, the leader of the Chechen forces, Ramazan Kadyrov, became the indispensable milestone of the war for Russian President Vladimir Putin. However, some tragic situations on the battlefield and on Russian soil significantly damaged the structure of the Kremlin government and the Russian army. As is known, Yevgeny Prigozhin, owner of Wagner PMC, Russia's mercenary contractor, and Chechen regional leader Ramazan Kadyrov, supported by Russia after the Chechnya wars, benefited greatly from the full-scale Ukraine invasion plan initiated by Russian President Vladimir Putin. To get Putin's attention, Prigozhin and Kadyrov had some friction among themselves. Prigozhin and Kadyrov sometimes teamed up and targeted Russia's defense minister Sergei Shoigu. Even Vladimir Putin sent 2 FSB agents to Kadyrov's palace in October, as Kadyrov and Prigozhin became too close and began to gain influence in the Kremlin. FSB agents have the authority to directly represent Putin in diplomatic statuses, in domestic affairs, and are in a higher status than Kadyrov. However, in addition to these, Kadyrov's forces and representatives were involved in many incidents on the battlefield, and his name was frequently mentioned. As a result of many incidents involving Chechen representatives and soldiers in the Russian army or Russian citizens were harmed. In the temporarily occupied territory of the Donetsk region, a major armed conflict took place between the Chechen soldiers who fought on the side of Russia and the soldiers who joined the Russian army as part of the mobilizations. 3 Russian soldiers were injured during the conflict in the city of Makivka due to the irresponsible and indifferent attitude of the Chechen soldiers in the Russian army. It has been observed that the conflicts between the Russian army and the Chechens have increased lately. In the past months, we have seen the Russian FSB or Spetsnaz clashing with Kadyrov's soldiers. In addition, ethnic Russians in Donetsk and Luhansk still say that Kadyrov soldiers in the region are harassing or fighting them. Even in September, a letter was sent to Vladimir Putin, signed by 13 Russian women from the Luhansk region. In the letter, desperate women were talking about being harassed by Kadyrov's troops who came to defend the region, while their husbands were fighting in the Russian army. While the Russian army is fighting Kadyrov's irresponsible Chechen soldiers, at the same time, Russian citizens and authorities are fighting against Ramazan Kadyrov's representatives at many points in the depths of Russia. Ramazan Kadyrov's representatives came to the fore with their outbursts in various regions of Russia. Official representatives of the head of Chechnya were detained for committing various crimes. At the height of the war in the Kherson and Zaporizhia regions, the representative assigned to the region by Ramazan Kadyrov, Hassan Ibragimov, came to the city of Simferopol in the Crimea, which was annexed by Russia, to buy a vehicle after the withdrawal of Russian troops from the region. After Hassan Ibragimov and his 3 subordinates went to one of the famous clubs in the city of Simferopol, one of them harassed a woman who came to the club. Following the harassment, a brawl broke out between the woman's boyfriend and the Chechen group. The quarrel then was carried to the street. The Chechen group, including Ramazan Kadyrov's representative Hassan Ibragimov, resisted and attacked the law enforcement officers who came to the point where the brawl took place as a result of an anonymous tip. The Chechen group, who was forcibly detained, denied the accusations against them. However, the closed-circuit camera system in the region recorded all the events. Chechnya's Minister of National Policy, Foreign Relations, Press and Information, Ahmet Dudayev, denied that the group, including Hassan Ibragimov, was detained by the Russian authorities. Dudayev stated that no one was detained, but that this was a domestic incident that was resolved at the scene. This was not the only case in which the representatives of the Chechen leader were involved. Murad Saidov, the deputy of the permanent representative of the Chechnya leader in Crimea, was involved in a brawl at one of the local restaurants. Saidov's men beat up Ibrahim Aliyev, a businessman of Chechen origin. They forced Aliyev to transfer a stake in his business, but he refused. Law enforcement officers arrived at the restaurant in response to a call about a fight and encountered armed people at the venue. Several small firearms were confiscated from Saidov, who was taken into custody. About the situation, Ramazan Kadyrov stated that Saidov had legal possession of the seized firearms and that conflict broke out between the 2 Chechens who maintained commercial relations and were fighting over mutual commercial claims. Kadyrov defended Saidov, who raided the venue and threatened the businessman with a gun. In the Bryansk region, Ramazan Tsitsulaev, the plenipotentiary representative of the leader of Chechnya in Ukraine since 2010, has been detained for various crimes, including kidnapping, extortion, fraud, and use of violence against a government official. Law enforcement officers tried to detain Tsitsulaev in Moscow, but his relatives and bodyguards resisted law enforcement. Tsitsulaev was on the wanted list for 3 years. Omar Jabrailov, a former member of the Russian Federation Council from Chechnya, was detained on charges of hooliganism with the use of weapons after shooting at a hotel in Moscow. Jabrailov admitted that he had fired a pistol and explained the incident with the contusions he received in the war. The Moscow Tverskoy court, taking into account his positive characteristics and the absence of aggravating circumstances, fined him. Jabrailov was expelled from the Edinaya Rossiya party. Many events starring Chechen soldiers and Kadyrov's representatives did not receive a reaction from Russian President Vladimir Putin. Putin even rewarded the Chechens who were involved in these events and disturbed the calm of the people and the army. Despite the events, Vladimir Putin thanked Ramazan Kadyrov many times in each of his speeches. Putin did not stop at thanks and appointed Abdi Alaudinov, former Chechen Security Council secretary, to a senior position in the People's Militia of the Luhansk People's Republic. With this appointment, the powers of Ramazan Kadyrov increased significantly. Kadyrov has always welcomed the Chechen people to take part in the Russian government and army. Vladimir Putin's condoning every mistake made by Chechen soldiers and officials is the most important indicator of his desperation. Russian leader Putin, who ruled with an iron fist, needs Kadyrov in his war in Ukraine, and as a result of this need, Vladimir Putin takes dangerous decisions that can deeply affect the Kremlin government. But what is more dangerous for the Kremlin government is that Ramzan Kadyrov realizes that he is needed. In 1991, after what happened between the Russians and Chechens, Vladimir Putin supported Ramzan Kadyrov. Having the support of Putin, Kadyrov did not leave the Kremlin government for a minute. However, Putin, who gradually lost the support of the Russian people as a result of the war in Ukraine, may further increase Kadyrov's powers within the Kremlin government. Ramzan Kadyrov and his representatives are not supported by the Russian people. At the same time, Kadyrov and his representatives are not supported by other Chechens in Chechnya and exiled by Russian leader Vladimir Putin. With the war in Ukraine worsening and the end of Putin's government in the Kremlin, there is no land to receive Ramzan Kadyrov and his representatives. Thanks for watching.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says his troops on the Eastern Front are holding on despite everything. The soldiers face continuous assaults by Russian troops and mercenaries around the towns of Soledar and Bakhmut. This part of the Donbass front has seen some of the most vicious and prolonged fighting of the war. Russian military blogs recently reported breakthroughs in those areas, but neither Moscow nor Kyiv have supported those claims. Let's bring in defence expert Marina Miron from the War Studies Department of King's College London. What are you hearing about the situation on the front?
Well, the situation remains very tense after the declaration of unilateral ceasefire by Russia. Russia has resumed its operations around Bakhmut and Soledar. Soledar is being located to the north of Bakhmut. So Ukraine has announced yesterday that the Ukrainian forces are still holding Soledar, but what Russians are trying to do, especially the Wagner group, is to basically take Soledar in a semi-encirclement by cutting off the supply route to Soledar. And because according to Prigozhin, who is Wagner's chief, Soledar and Bakhmut are connected by an underground system, taking Soledar would mean that the Russians would have better chances to advance towards Bakhmut. So what they're doing is they're trying to surround Soledar from the west, coming from the south to the western part and from the north. And Bakhmut is being surrounded from the south and the east. So basically that's the position right now, but the Ukrainian forces are still holding on. They have turned the cities into a kind of fortress and are holding their positions despite this meat grinder that is there right now.
Can you explain to us why this Russian mercenary group Wagner is there and how it's changing the dynamic?
Basically, the idea to take Soledar and Bakhmut is not new. It was a strategic location when the Russians were still holding on to Izum, and the idea was to go on to take Kramatorsk and Slovansk, repeating the scenario of Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. And after Russia has lost Izum, Wagner still remained in Bakhmut because that is both politically and militarily still an important aim for the Russians to take. Given its location, it would facilitate the logistics of the Russian forces there if they were to take Bakhmut. And obviously for Wagner, it's important to show some sort of progress after the Russians have lost so many key strategic cities during the last phase of their so-called special military operation.
And Marina, do you expect anything different in the fighting now that the Orthodox Christmas season is over?
Well, there is a possibility that the fighting will intensify. However, Russians are claiming that they have time, and I don't think that they will seek to increase their operational tempo. They will try to erode the morale using drones and missile strikes on key Ukrainian infrastructure while trying to kind of push to those key strategic locations and wear out the Ukrainian forces, because the idea is not only to take strategic locations, but also to destroy as many of the Ukrainian armed forces as possible.
Marina Miron, King's College London, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's bring in DW Russia analyst Konstantin Eggert, who is joining us with The View from Vilnius. Konstantin, what more are you hearing about this?
Well, there are several reports recently that top Ukrainian ground forces commander, General Alexander Syrsky, visited the region of Bakhmut, decorated the soldiers that are fighting there, and claimed that Bakhmut will not fall to the Russian forces. Well, there is not much to fall, frankly speaking, because according to the Ukrainian officials, there is not much left of the city itself. But the struggle continues, and British analysts from the Institute for the Study of War, who frequently write about developments on the front in recent months, claim that in spite of massive attacks, Russian forces will not be able to take Bakhmut quite soon. And it is interesting that this city is important as quite a few Russian media outlets claim, Russian Ukrainian media outlets claim, for the unofficial head of the Russian mercenaries of the so-called Wagner Group, Yevgeny Prigozhin. He's a billionaire businessman, and these media claim that he wants to capture Bakhmut because nearby there are important salt mines, and they are of business interest to him, which is quite an interesting and probably tragic trait to this whole battle.
And in the meantime, Russia and Ukraine both claim to have hit opposing troop concentrations over the weekend with missile strikes. What do we know about that?
Well, the Russian claims are definitely an attempt to equal the score with the Ukrainians, who did hit a troop concentration, or rather makeshift barracks in the city of Makivka right before the new year. And the Ukrainians claim that they destroyed or eliminated several hundred Russian troops there. The Russians so far admitted 89 casualties, but what they claimed about yesterday's shelling, the Russians I mean, is that they essentially destroyed also hundreds of Ukrainian troops. The Ukrainians denied completely, and we do not have any footage or any proof, even unofficial proof, of Russian claims. The Ukrainians are saying that there was some damage, but no major, no casualties at all.
Inside Russia itself, we understand it's now moving to ban maps which don't conform to the Kremlin's view of Russian territory. What's behind that?
Well, that's the continuation of the propaganda war inside Russia, propaganda of the Russian population, first and foremost of all. And it is also, evidently to me at least, a sign of some bureaucrats showing loyalty to the Kremlin. Now, showing loyalty to the Kremlin now is a must for anyone on government service. How can you ban maps in the 21st century? You should ban access to the internet for people not to see them. As for print maps, for example, for school textbooks, they were already printed in the kind of Putin version of history with, for example, the Crimea being shown as Russian territory. So this is a meaningless propaganda move and a threat against those, well, remaining independent bloggers, for example, who would like to post maps that will not conform to Putin's view of history and of recent developments.
Russia analyst Konstantin Eggert in Vilnius. Thank you.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Western allies are racing to support Ukraine with weapons and humanitarian aid. Russian missiles and drone attacks have hit Ukrainian civilian infrastructure especially hard. DW visited a logistics center in Germany that's supplying much-needed equipment for the rebuilding effort.
Tucked away in southern Germany, one of the largest humanitarian logistics operations in the country's history is underway. From here, equipment worth 70 million euros has already been dispatched to Ukraine. But for security reasons, the exact location of the site has to stay under wraps.
This logistics center is the hub for civilian relief that the federal government supplies, due to its vast facilities and the support of all the volunteers.
These packages include heaters, lights and sleeping bags for later delivery. But with Russian attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, power generators are key.
Warte mal, Fabian, du bist zu schnell. Ja, also das ist jetzt ein kleineres Stromaggregat. This is one of the smaller power generators. One of these can power about 10 households. 10 Häuser oder was versorgen. On the technical side, it works very much like a car or a bicycle dynamo. There's a diesel engine that powers the machine, and then just as with a dynamo, motion is converted into electric energy.
THW is a German federal agency and specializes in humanitarian support. Volunteers make this whole operation possible. Over the next days, these volunteers carve out time out of their daily life to deliver machinery to the Polish-Ukrainian border. Alexander Krumbach is in charge of this convoy.
Team efforts are very important. The key is to solve problems together. We have many different skills on board, and we complement each other.
Krumbach usually works as a mechanical engineer at an automotive supplier. By law, his employer is obliged to give him time off for his THW duty.
It's nice to know that we can help people who really need it. If we can provide support from here in Germany, I think we should do it.
Over 200 THW volunteers participated in aid missions to Ukraine last year. This is the first mission of the new year. About 2,000 kilometers lie ahead of them.
The war in Ukraine, Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered armed forces to hold a 36-hour ceasefire. That is because the Russian Orthodox Church celebrates Christmas on January 7th. In an address published today, Putin asked Ukraine to also declare a ceasefire to give them the opportunity to attend services. Ukraine's presidential advisor dismissed the request, calling it a trap and propaganda.
Turning now to the war in Ukraine, we are joined by Maine's independent Senator Angus King, who just returned from a trip to Kyiv. Good morning to you, Senator. I understand you just got back last night, and you met Friday with President Zelenskyy. What was the purpose of this visit?
I once did a visit overseas, and an old man in Pakistan, as a matter of fact, said, "I know why you were here." And I said, "Why is that?" And he said, "Because one day of seeing is better than 100 days of reading." And I believe you got to see, you got to be there and meet the people in person. And we had a very informative trip. There's a lot to learn and a lot to be able to communicate back here about what's going on in Ukraine.
Well, as you were over there, here, the White House announced it was releasing roughly $3 billion in security aid to Ukraine. It was the biggest sort of one-time package. It included, for the first time, tank-busting armored vehicles. Why such a surge now? Is it to get ahead of what may be a pretty serious spring offensive? What are we preparing for?
Well, there are two factors, and the Ukrainians particularly, the first thing is air defense. I mean, they're just being pummeled. That's too mild a word in terms of their energy infrastructure. So air defense is part of it, Patriot missiles. But also what's going on in the East is essentially trench warfare. It's almost World War I. It's horrible. And these armored vehicles are designed to deal with that kind of situation, to give the Ukrainians a fighting chance against this invasion that's going on. And to put it in perspective for Americans, it's as if our East Coast from Maine to Florida and then west to Houston, Texas, was being occupied by a foreign power. That's the entire eastern edge of Ukraine is occupied, and that's where this fight is going to be, and that's why these maneuver vehicles are going to be so important.
But this drawdown, which is what they call it technically, presidential authority, allows for an immediate or close to immediate delivery of some of this weaponry. And I am hearing increased concern here in the United States that sending weapons there is depleting U.S. stockpiles in a way that's concerning to some officials. How concerned are you about that, and how do you and Congress get ahead of that to make sure the U.S. isn't hurt?
Well, part of it is replenishing our stockpiles, but you're right. That's a decision that the Pentagon, the Defense Department, has to weigh when they're doing these drawdowns. And by the way, a lot of this equipment is coming from other countries. It's not just coming from the United States. So some of the fighting vehicles are coming from France, Patriot battery from Germany. So that is an issue, but it's one that I know in the deliberations about what the drawdowns are going to look like, stockpiles is part of the issue.
Well, and it also makes me think of two of the conversations we just had in this program in terms of potential slash to defense spending that could potentially happen if this House proposal actually gets approved.
It would be catastrophic to cut off aid to Ukraine at this point. I would just ask those people that are making those noises to read a little history. Google Sudetenland in 1938, Rhineland in 1936, when Hitler could have been stopped. When he wasn't stopped, we ended up with 55 million deaths worldwide. This is a moment where we know that Putin wants to take over Ukraine. He wants to rebuild the Soviet Union. Maya Angelou says if someone tells you who they are, you should believe them.
Right.
And who he is a guy that wants to rebuild the Soviet Empire. And this is a place where he can be stopped. The Ukrainians are fighting for us, for our values. The aid that we're providing to them isn't charity. It's self-interest.
And you believe there is enough accounting for what is being given?
I'm so glad you asked that, because that was part of my mission. I spent a lot of time in Kyiv on accountability. And in fact, sitting across from President Zelenskyy, just as you and I are, I asked him point blank, what's the status of accountability? If there's a scandal, it's going to kill our ability to support you. He understands that. And then later, we had a meeting with many of their defense officials and their finance people. They're developing, they're working with Deloitte, the accounting firm. They're working with SAP software. They're accounting for every spare part that's coming into the country. Plus, we have an inspector general from the Pentagon who's going over, I think, next month. I was very impressed by the level of accountability. And so this argument that somehow the money's being wasted, I don't think holds water.
Let me ask you about things here at home and the conversation about the U.S. border that we have been having. There are Republicans who want to get something done in this new Congress. You've got Republican-held House. You've got a 51-49 Senate. Is there any possibility of getting legislation on immigration or anything?
To me, there's an obvious deal on immigration, which is heightened border security, which is very complicated. And I want to talk to the Congresswoman that you just had on, talking about what the ideas that she has, Republicans along the border, the Republican Congressman Gonzalez. I want to learn, and there are a lot of people working on how do we figure out the border. But the deal is increased border security, a path to citizenship for dreamers, and workforce. I'm hearing from businesses in Maine all the time about a shortage of workers. It's one of our biggest economic problems after inflation. So we've got to work on legal immigration for workforce. So I think, as I say, there's a package, and border security is where it starts. And I believe, I'm delighted the administration, the president's gone down there today. They should have gone sooner, in my view. But let's work on this, because we can't have the chaos and the humanitarian crisis that we have. Let's find that, but then put together a package involving dreamers and involving workforce. That's where I think we can move, and we ought to be able to move in a bipartisan way.
Well, you're a centrist. You're an independent, though you caucus with Democrats. So you can say you want to work with everyone, but the politics right now are just so divisive. I read something you told the New Yorker last year where you said you have never been so worried about the future of the country because the structure of our system is at risk. Do you still feel that way? Is it improving?
Well, what happened in the House this week wasn't reassuring, because what you had was 20 people. I did the math. 3.7% of the membership of Congress held it hostage for a week. And I don't know what that foretells for the future. Yes, that is a concern. On the other hand, since I had that quote, which I certainly think has some validity, we've had one of the most productive Congresses in the last 25 or 30 years, almost all on a bipartisan basis. Not all, but the infrastructure bill, the CHIPS Act, the PACT Act for the veterans, all of those bills were done on a bipartisan basis. And they started, interestingly, from the ground up. They started organically from a few members getting together, working from the middle out. The leadership blessed it. They allowed it to happen. But that's the path, and I think immigration is a great opportunity to do the same thing.
All right. Well, we'll end on that optimistic note. Senator, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mark.
Russia is not only using drones and missiles in this conflict, disinformation is one of its most powerful weapons. There's no shortage of examples. Putin's claim in his New Year's speech that the West was preparing for aggression in Ukraine. The insistence that atrocities in Bucha were staged, and perhaps one of the most striking, an accusation that Ukraine was planning to detonate a dirty bomb on its own territory as a setup of Russia. CNN's Claire Sebastian reports on what this bizarre claim reveals about Russian tactics.
No one has ever successfully detonated a dirty bomb. So to help us understand Russia's accusations and the myths,
Put that underneath.
David Butler, a retired British Army officer, an expert in radiological weapons, has agreed to do a basic demonstration.
Ready?
Butler used regular explosives here to disperse a kilo of plain flour. A dirty bomb would also use regular explosives to disperse a radioactive substance. Very different, though, from a nuclear bomb, which creates a complex chain reaction by splitting atoms.
So, David, it's pretty windy conditions today, but what does this teach us about how a radioactive substance could spread from a dirty bomb?
The main aim of a dirty bomb is to spread as much irradiated shrapnel and irradiated dust particles as far as you can go. So the flour here demonstrates what would be left around the actual seat of the explosion, but it's the radioactive footprint on the ground that causes the long-term effect.
It is very simple. We even know where they are manufacturing it.
Russia's accusation Ukraine was allegedly planning to detonate a dirty bomb on its own territory to frame Russia seemed to come out of the blue. Or did it? First came state media reports citing trusted sources, then unscheduled weekend phone calls by the Russian defense minister to other nuclear-armed powers. Well-produced graphics followed, detailing the alleged sites where a dirty bomb could be built, even the exact radioactive isotopes to be used.
This looks as though it's been planned in great detail over many weeks, if not months. This is straight out of the sort of Russian playbook in Syria. The Russians and the Syrians would suggest that the rebel forces were about to create a chemical attack. And it was absolutely the Syrian regime that were doing it.
While inspectors from the UN's nuclear watchdog have now visited the sites in Ukraine that Russia named and found nothing suspicious, that has not allayed fears in the West that Russia could still use this as a pretext to escalate, especially after recent losses and retreats. One area of major concern, according to experts, is the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which Russia controls.
One of the after effects of a dirty bomb is people breathing in the hazard, the radiated particles.
While the physical impact of a dirty bomb depends on the amount of radioactive substance used, the power of the explosives and the weather, there is one guaranteed effect: fear. This was Moscow in 1995. Chechen rebels buried a radioactive parcel at a popular park. Russian authorities rushed to reassure the public it posed no threat.
Is there an element, do you think, that they have launched this now very elaborate accusation against Ukraine of a dirty bomb because it is something that has previously been associated with terror groups?
Well, certainly the Russian propaganda and disinformation campaign is in full flow, and trying to depict the Ukrainians as Nazis and terrorists is absolutely what Putin's trying to do.
The psychological impact of this carefully chosen accusation in itself a powerful weapon. Claire Sebastian, CNN, near Salisbury, England.
Прямо зараз по міністру внутрішніх справ.
Marion Kushner is a familiar face on Radio Free Europe.
Один за одним привозять поранених бійців, медики.
A Ukrainian war correspondent, he's been slogging alongside his country's troops with his camera ever since the Russians invaded.
От так от.
We spoke with him in November from a Prague control room alongside his editor. Kushner was in Bakhmut, under siege by Russian troops.
I will say this in Ukrainian. This is the place where they help Ukrainian soldiers who come here from the front line. This is a field hospital. There are about 100 wounded in here.
You were talking about the routine of it all, but does it feel to you that you are daily putting yourself in harm's way?
This is the war. I'm always at risk. Even being right here in this hospital, I understand that next to it some shelling is happening right at this moment. But everyone in Ukraine is now in danger.
Kushner's harrowing accounts can be seen in many formats: live television, YouTube, TikTok.
conveying as much as he can the reality of humanity's ultimate folly.
The war for me is the stench of blood, gunpowder, sweat, and constant mud. And there is no romance about the war. It is about fear, grief, and tears. No footage, photos, or words can express what is happening right here on the battlefield.
They are new faces on the front lines of the war in Ukraine, female snipers. And while duty didn't call for them, they still loaded up and lined up. Our Inez de Lucatera sat down with one of them to discuss her passion for the battlefield and beyond.
By now, she's gained a few nicknames. Punisher of Russians and Ukrainian Joan of Arc.
I like Jeanne d'Arc, history Jeanne d'Arc. Yeah. And a lot of people said that she was a ginger like me.
Okay. Eugenia Emerald has become somewhat of an icon in Ukraine, fighting on the front lines as a sniper, the only woman in her unit.
How did they react when they saw that you were joining, that you were a woman?
Oh, they were shocked.
She's only one of more than 50,000 women now enlisted in the Ukrainian army, something that is mandatory for men, but women can also volunteer.
All Russians scare us.
They're scared. They're afraid of you.
Afraid of me.
Yeah.
Afraid of us. Women, Ukrainian women. It's important.
In her case, it was her father who first taught her how to use a weapon.
When I was a little girl, I wished to be a sniper, not like a princess.
Wow. So even as a little girl, you wanted to be a sniper?
Yes, it was my dream.
Wow.
I think if my father now will alive, yes. We fight together in front line, yes.
She then enrolled in a military program, and when war broke out in February, it was the army that called her up. Emerald then making the difficult choice to leave her family behind, including her 11-year-old daughter.
They just crying.
They're just crying, yeah.
She says she just had to go. She's been everywhere now, from Kharkiv and Zhytomyr to Bucha and the battle for Kyiv. But she says being a woman on the front has its fair share of challenges, not only battling the common enemy, but also internal gender discrimination. One man she came into contact with initially saying her place was in the kitchen.
And then when they saw how good of a shooter you were, they must have been shocked and they must have eventually respected you.
It was later.
It was later.
They respect me later, yes.
Women on the front is a recent phenomenon in Ukraine. While up to 1/5 of Ukraine's armed forces are now women, it wasn't until 2018 that Ukrainian women were finally allowed to serve in combat positions. The surge of female soldiers so new and unexpected that Ukraine's military still doesn't have standard uniforms for women, meaning they're often handed men's uniforms. The Zemlachki NGO coming together to help female soldiers, sending women on the front care packages that include things like lighter body armor, tampons, and fitted uniforms. Helping women like Army medic Snitsana, who today brought her daughter with her. But she says she's not surprised so many women are enlisting.
Let's go. I really love American weapons.
Yeah?
Emerald, on leave in Kyiv, shows us her gear.
There is my toy. What else? Oh, you know, I have...
She used her own car to drive out to the front, and alongside her helmet...
Your wedding dress! Oh my God! You still have your... Wow!
The wedding dress she's yet to put away, because in the middle of it all, Emerald also found love. Her future husband reading about her and reaching out by sliding into her DMs on Instagram.
He writes that I'm proud of you. You're a very fantastic military woman. I'm military the same, and we started speak with each other. And it was very romantic.
She eventually took the train to meet him in person, but already knew he was the one.
You know, when he first time texted me, I called my mother and said, "Mother, you know, I think I met my future husband."
2 weeks later, he proposed, the two eventually marrying on the battlefield near Kharkiv.
It's my mother.
That's your mom.
Okay.
Amid all the death and destruction of war, Emerald now carrying new life.
Face my husband when he knows that he will have a daughter. You know, my first daughter, she is like a princess, really. But I think that my second daughter, yes, she will be like me.
She will be like you. Yeah. Okay.
And if she wants, I will teach her shoot.
How to shoot.
She says as hard as it would be to leave her two daughters now, she'd like to go back to the front eventually.
Ukrainian women are very strong, really, and all of us love our land.
It is precisely because of her daughters and because of their future that she risks it all.
It's the reason why I go to the war.
You're thinking about their future.
Yes.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
Now to the war in Ukraine, a White House national security official said today that the U.S. is looking into sanctions to target the production of Iranian drones Russia is using to attack civilians in Ukraine. It may surprise you that some of those drones include computer parts made right here in the U.S. and European nations. CBS's Chris Livesay has our investigation from inside Ukraine.
They menace Ukraine's skies, killing hundreds and scarring millions. But while the drones are Russian and Iranian, key technology is European and American. The Ukrainian government showed us photos of components produced by U.S. companies Maxim and Microchip, retrieved from Russian and Russian-modified Iranian drones.
So what are we looking at here?
So this is Orlan 10. It is a basic Russian UAV.
Ukrainian drone specialist Pavlo Kashchuk shows us the chip inside. The logo reads U-Blocks, a Swiss company.
So without this chip...
No, the plane doesn't know where to fly.
The same kind of chips are found inside smartphones, tablets, cars, potentially anything used with satellite navigation. But in Ukraine, Russia is using them to tap into GLONASS, Moscow's answer to GPS. Ukrainian lawmaker Yaroslav Yaroshin says at least 6 American companies produce GLONASS-compatible chips.
Microchip technology, Chandler, Arizona, that's my hometown. So to be clear, civilians are being killed.
Yes. And what we can do, we can stop to sell these chips.
None of the American companies agreed to an interview or would answer whether they do business in Russia. U-Blocks, the maker of the Swiss chip we saw, says they cut ties with Russian companies at the start of the war. But CBS has seen recent customs forms that show components from the U.S. and Europe are still making it into Russia today through distributors in third-party countries.
The microchips are going indirectly to Russia through China, through Malaysia and other third countries.
So are you saying that countries like China are laundering this technology for Russia?
Of course, yeah.
The companies argue it's intended for civilians, but that doesn't stop Russia from using it to kill.
If those companies were in this room, what would you tell them?
I want to ask if they really want to see their logos here. That is the question.
Chris Livesay, CBS News, Kyiv.
Well, there's growing anger inside of Russia. In the aftermath of a deadly New Year's Day strike on Russian soldiers in Ukraine's occupied Donetsk region, some say Russian commanders ignored the dangers for their own soldiers. One Russian lawmaker is even calling for punishment. There's also dispute over the number of Russian troops killed in that attack. Meanwhile, more Russian strikes on Ukraine, this one in Donetsk region, destroying an ice rink and a residential area. President Volodymyr Zelenskyy is warning that Russia is planning a prolonged attack, but he says Ukraine is getting better at taking out drones and savoring small victories.
Our task is to give Ukraine successes, achievements, even small yet victories over terrorists and terror on a daily basis. Each shot down drone, each shot down missile, Each day with electricity for our people and minimal schedules of power outages are exactly such victories.
Well, CNN's Scott McLean joins us now live from Kyiv. This attack on Makiivka, it's interesting to see the death toll numbers from the Ukrainians and also the Russians, but also, interestingly, the criticism that's coming from within Russia on commanders operating on the ground. Take us through the latest.
Yeah, you're not hearing any criticism from within Russia of the Ukrainians. This is war. What you are hearing, though, is certainly some level of frustration with the military and intelligence leaders who allowed this to happen, who allowed so many Russian troops and equipment and weaponry to be essentially in the same place at the same time, especially on New Year's Eve when Russia was launching strikes of its own. It's essentially made these Russian troops and equipment sitting ducks and pretty easy targets as well. Some pro-Russian bloggers are accusing the military leaders of incompetence, even 10 months into the war, saying that, look, the lessons ought to have been learned by now, that there are plenty of open buildings, plenty of places for Russian troops to station themselves so that they are dispersed and they're not concentrated in one single area. You also have pro-Russian former officials from the Donetsk People's Republic suggesting that look, the Russian military has underestimated the capability of the Ukrainian HIMARS system, the U.S.-supplied longer-range multiple launch artillery system that they say actually carried this out. And then you mentioned the death toll figures, which are miles apart from one another. If you believe the Ukrainians, the death toll was some 400 with 300 injured. The official Russian numbers at this stage are just 63, but even a former pro-Russian official in that DPR region says that he expects that the final number is in the hundreds, or at least more than 100. And if you look at the latest pictures from the scene, you can see that it is a pile of rubble. Difficult to imagine how anyone could have survived this. This was what was once a vocational school in Makiivka. We also have satellite pictures, which are a little bit blurry, but you can see in the center of them what was once that square there, that vocational school, seemingly obliterated. But obviously the view from the ground is much more poignant, as there doesn't seem to be, almost 3 days on now, very much rescue efforts going on. It seems like heavy equipment trying to pick through the rubble and trying to count the dead. But again, we don't have any kind of confirmation from the Russian side as to how high or if that death toll will in fact increase.
Scott McLean, thank you so much.
Несмотря на соблюдение сегодня 6 января с 12 часов московского времени российской группировкой войск режима прекращения огня, киевский режим продолжил артиллерийские обстрелы населенных пунктов и позиций российских войск. На Краснолиманском направлении вооруженными силами Украины произведено 4 минометных обстрела российских позиций. В районе населенного пункта Белогоровка Луганской Народной Республики 3 артиллерийских обстрела. Из района населенного пункта Новопавловка Запорожской области произведено 8 артиллерийских обстрелов. Ответным огнем российских войск позиции вооруженных сил Украины, с которых осуществлялись обстрелы, подавлены.
Ми знаємо, що їм вірити ніколи не можна, бо це підступні вороги, і ми їм ніколи не віримо. Ви самі чуєте, бачите, яке перемир'я вони хочуть, коли стріляють вони. Так що ми вже знаємо, то вже провірено роками, що їм не потрібно вірити.
Та сьогодні ситуація не така сама, як і вчора, позавчора, тиждень тому, місяць тому, практично, нічого не змінюється. Незважаючи на те, що противник якби оголосив про перемир'я через те, що буде свято. Але всі прекрасно розуміють, особливо військові, що його не було і не буде. І чекати від противника якоїсь тиші, це вже перевірено роками, починаючи з 2014 року, що з ними нема про що говорити і вірити їхнім обіцянкам і якимось наказам, указам немає сенсу ніякого.
Після 12-ї, як ви самі чули, нічого не помінялося взагалі. Як були обстріли, так і є. Вони просто хотіли, щоб було тихіше, ввести в оману нас. Ми в це повірили. Але вони обманюють ще з 2014 року постійно перемир'я, але постійні обстріли ведуть.
Відчувається, тому що згадується про сім'ю, згадуються попередні роки, які ти завжди зустрічав ці свята вдома, в сімейному колі. А тут не можеш. Тому так, трохи хочеться додому. Але що поробиш? Потрібно прогнати їх з нашої землі, а тоді можна святкувати.
Дуже тут, Йосип старенький, коли ще дитятко.
Цього року, напевно, не так гучно, як всі роки, тому що все-таки не є воно радісним в плані для нашої країни, тому що кожна родина, на жаль, зазнала якихось втрат. Багато у мене рідний брат воює зараз. І трошки сумно, що Різдво – це коли вся родина збирається разом. Зібратися змоги разом у нас всіх зараз немає, але все-таки з вірою в дух Різдва.
Якщо коротко, так? У мене син сьогодні виступає. Він відвідує театральний гурток Конкевича. Він сьогодні виступає. Тому ми з меншим сином сьогодні час. Я очікую, що Ісус народиться в серці кожного з нас. Кожного. І, знаєте, від кожного з нас залежить, як надовго він оселиться в наших серцях.
в одной стране мира. Уверен, такое мощное вооружение позволит надежно защитить Россию от потенциальных внешних угроз. Будет способствовать обеспечению национальных интересов нашей страны. Хочу подчеркнуть, мы будем и дальше развивать боевой потенциал вооруженных сил, выпускать перспективные образцы оружия и техники, которые будут стоять на страже безопасности России в ближайшие десятилетия.
Данный корабль, вооруженный цирконами, способен наносить точечные и мощные удары по противнику на море и на суше. При этом особенностью гиперзвуковых ракет «Циркон» является возможность гарантированно преодолевать любые современные перспективные системы ПВО ПРО. В ходе учений, тренировок будут отрабатываться действия экипажа по применению гиперзвукового оружия и крылатых ракет большой дальности.
I'm Claire Hubble, and this is Ukraine, the latest. Today, we examine claims by Moscow that a Russian missile killed 600 Ukrainian soldiers in Kramatorsk. And as Britain considers sending Challenger 2 battle tanks to Ukraine, we analyse the latest weapons, tanks and military aid pledged by the country's allies.
This hideous and barbaric venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure.
Putin's war in Ukraine has destabilized energy markets the world over.
Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians.
Every weekday afternoon, we sit down with leading journalists from the Telegraph's London newsroom and our teams reporting on the ground to bring you the latest news and analysis on the war in Ukraine. It's Monday, the 9th of January, day 320. And to discuss the most recent events in Ukraine and around the world, I'm joined by Associate Editor Dominic Nicholls and Brussels correspondent Joe Barnes. I started by asking Dom for the latest updates from the front lines.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Claire. Hi, everybody. It's good to be back. Happy New Year. Most people have been at work for days, but I've only just got in, so it's still Happy New Year for me. So in Ukraine, a number of things happening. Firstly, Joe can speak more about this in a minute, but the attack, Russia's attack in Kramatorsk of a few days ago, where they claimed 600 Ukrainians have been killed, is crumbling, or their suggestion, their allegation is crumbling. There's now pictures emerging. Associated Press reporters have been on the ground there, and there's reports that actually a 4-story building that Russia says was targeted. The 4-story building is still standing, windows blown in, needs a good lick of paint, but it's still standing, and there's no evidence of that any building was struck, and therefore where the 600 KIA sort of killed in action came from is not known. There's reporting from the ground showing shell craters in the locations where Russia says that these buildings were destroyed. So it's looking less and less likely that attack did have the effects that Russia says. Separately, Italy is now not going to take a decision on the supply of new military or new arms to Ukraine until February. They're saying because of political tensions, cost, and military shortages. This is according to newspaper La Repubblica. They're saying that today. Now, this is on the back of a couple of weeks ago. President Zelenskyy said that Italy was considering supplying air defences following a phone call he had with the new Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, in which she reaffirmed her government's full support. That was a quote, full support for Ukraine. Now, after that phone call and that quote of full support from Prime Minister Meloni, her defence minister Guido Crosetto he downplayed it. He struck a much more cautious tone on whether Italy's actually going to be able to supply air defence systems, and really sort of backtracked. And they're now saying, like I say, Italy now saying that they're not going to make a decision until February. Now, there's a bit of a head of steam building up, which we'll talk about a bit later, about supply of weapons and ammunition. I'm going to talk a little bit later about Friday's announcement from the Biden administration of the latest tranche of military aid, but we'll come on to that shortly. Just a couple of other things in terms of news and then sort of headlines to bring you up to speed on. There's imagery on social media showing that over the weekend, Kherson, residential areas of Kherson, so down in the southwest of the city, southwest of the country, the city that Russia evacuated just before Christmas, came across the Dnipro River, setting up defensive lines on the southern side of the river. Images of residential areas in the city being hit with incendiary ammunitions on Sunday night, so last night. Now, Andrei Zarogyunuk, apologies if I've mispronounced that, who's a former defence minister, Ukraine defence minister. I think he left office in 2020. He's now an advisor to the government. He said that's a war crime because he's saying that when they pulled out, Russian forces destroyed or took with them all firefighting vehicles and equipment. They've systemically bombed the fire stations up to and including a few days ago, and now are using incendiary ammunition against residential areas. So any use of ammunition against civilian areas is going to be a war crime. Incendiary ammunition is horrific. It just as you'd expect, sets light to the whole place. But if it's premeditated and they've done this, having systematically eroded Kherson city's ability to literally fight fires, then that takes it to a whole nother league. Now, just while we're talking about war crimes, I just want to mention something, because you may also see images going around social media of a film, very short, just a few seconds, 10 seconds or so, of a film. Maybe it looks like it's from a drone that starts on the ground and goes up, so it gives you the picture as it goes up. And the picture we're presented with, the viewer is presented with, is of probably about a dozen, maybe 15 supposedly dead Russian soldiers being laid out in a Z shape. Obviously, Z, the symbol that Russia has adopted as their war motif. Now, there's no location, no date, no unit assigned to this imagery. However, it's generated a lot of discussion on social media about whether or not it's a war crime, and I just wanted to raise it and discuss it very, very briefly. So if you'll allow me, just for a minute or so, let's have a look at the Geneva Conventions signed 12th of August 1949, the end of the war. Europe's ash. The world comes together and says we can't do this, never again. So they said. Now, Convention 4 relates to the protection of civilians in a time of war, and specifically Article 16, Paragraph 2. I'm getting specific for a reason, but Paragraph 2 says, the wounded and sick, as well as the infirm and expectant mothers, shall be the object of particular protection and respect. As far as military considerations allow, each party to the conflict shall facilitate the steps taken to search for the killed and wounded, to assist the shipwrecked and other persons exposed to grave danger, and to protect them against pillage and ill treatment. End of quote. The important bit there being the protecting them against ill treatment. Now, you could argue that getting dead bodies and laying them out in a Z pattern, filming it, sticking on social media, is ill treatment. The question I raise here, that paragraph specifically relates to civilians. Now, we'll come on to the moral considerations in a moment, but does that filming of dead Russians laid out in a Z shape constitute a breach of Article 16, Paragraph 2? Probably no, because that relates to civilians. So let's have a look at the Convention for amelioration of the condition of the wounded, sick in the armed forces in the field. Now, Article 17 specifically covers prescriptions regarding the dead, and it says, quote, "Parties to the conflict shall ensure that the dead are honourably interred, as if possible, according to their rights, the rights of the religion to which they belonged, that their graves are respected, grouped if possible according to the nationality of the deceased, properly maintained and marked so that they may always be found," unquote. Now, that relates to soldiers and serving personnel who are killed. And you will see that there's nothing in there that says anything about ill treatment. However, when it says parties of the conflict shall ensure the dead are honourably interred, I mean, the feel of these conventions are that you should treat people alive or dead with respect and honour. You should not abuse them. You should not ill-treat them, etc., etc. These are my words, but you know, this is what I read the spirit of these conventions to be. So I think it is about. There's a lot of comment saying that people or people who criticise this action, if indeed it was, and you know, for the sake of argument, let's say yes, this was a Ukrainian drone filming dead Russians. But there's a lot of people saying, "Oh, right, well, you care more about dead Russians than you do live Ukrainians." I think that debate is too binary. It too easily moves towards a kind of moral relativism, where you're saying, "Oh, well, what they're doing is bad. Sorry, what I'm doing is bad, but it's not as bad as them." I mean, you know, that is not a position to take. I think you can hold the two things in your head at the one time. That what I think Russia is doing is abhorrent and disgusting. But also that their dead should not be ill-treated. And like I said, there's nothing in that Geneva Convention article specifically relating to military personnel that talks about ill-treatment. That phrase relates to civilians, but I think the spirit of it is that it's clear that you should not. That this is a borderline disreputable act, whether it's a war crime or for other people of a legal bent to discuss. But I think we need to put this out there. I don't think anybody can categorically say it is a war crime. I don't think anybody can categorically state that it is not. It is entirely debatable, but I think from a moral point of view, it is distasteful. It's not the kind of things I would want anybody that I had the privilege to command to be doing, and I don't think it's particularly helpful. End of. You know, I can offer nothing more than that. You'll see these images around social media if you look for them. Everyone's got an opinion, and I think I would urge you to discount the more extreme opinions, because there is no black and white on this. I think the way to look at it is, well, even if it doesn't state it in the Geneva Conventions, is it a nice thing to do? Is it the kind of thing you want to inculcate in your forces as acceptable? I would suggest it is not the kind of thing I would want to see. I'm going to take a pause there because I'm about to collapse, and then we'll come back with more Ukraine gifting military aid for Ukraine.
Thank you for that, Dom, and welcome back to the programme. Joe, I just wanted to come to you. Dom touched on the reports that a Russian missile hit and killed 600 Ukrainian soldiers. Could you just fill us in on the basics of this story? It's a big one on the Ukraine news agenda this morning. What do we need to know about this story?
Okay, and hi everyone, welcome back, Dom. It was in our newspaper this morning. James Kilner covered it, and I've hashed on a bit more of what we know and found out this morning for a web piece. But essentially, Russia and the Russian Ministry of Defense claims to have killed 600 Ukrainian soldiers who were being temporarily housed in some student kind of college dormitories in the Donbass city of Kramatorsk. And to give you a kind of a bit of geographical sense of where Kramatorsk is, it's about an hour drive from Bakhmut, where the heaviest fighting is. It's in Ukrainian-held land in the Donetsk region, and it's where a lot of journalists, aid workers, and other people going into the kind of the deeper, darker Donbass region are based. So it's quite a populated area. And what we've kind of learned now is, thanks to some journalists on the ground, as Dom mentioned, Associated Press, and there was also some Reuters journalists who happened to be based there, who managed to get to the scene after it had of this missile or missiles had struck. But what Russia said, this was a retaliation exercise where they were looking to kill Ukrainian soldiers in retaliation for the strike on Makhvika on just after midnight on New Year's Eve. And so just to kind of throw ourselves back to then, it's possibly the deadliest single strike in the war so far. Ukraine claims to have killed 400 Russian soldiers, while the Russian officials have given an actual unusually high death toll, saying that 89 of its troops were killed in this strike. And so then now we fast forward to Kramatorsk. This is Russia claiming to have retaliated for that previous strike. But the images we've seen, it doesn't actually look like the same sort of devastation that we saw in Makhvika at all. So the Reuters news agency copy makes clear there was no obvious signs that soldiers had been living in these two student dormitories. There was no sign of bodies or traces of blood at the scene. This is what the Russian Defense Ministry had to say in quotation marks. As a result of a massive missile strike on these temporary deployment points of the Ukrainian army units, more than 600 Ukrainian servicemen were destroyed. The Russian ministry added that the Moscow's forces had used reliable intelligence to target the Ukrainian troops, and it believed that there were 700 Ukrainian soldiers housed in one of these hostels, while there were 600 in another. But all of these claims by Russia have been denounced by Ukrainian officials. So a spokesman for the Eastern Group of Ukraine's armed forces said it's nonsense. And he just says this is an information operation by the Russian Defense Ministry. Kramatorsk's mayor also claimed there were no casualties as a result of the strike. And he basically said the strike damaged 2 educational buildings and 8 apartment buildings in the nearby area. And obviously that's taking just either side's arguments on stories on this. But if you actually look at the photos that Reuters have published, it shows a crater which is probably 12 feet, maybe 15, 20 feet at a push wide, maybe 6 foot deep outside of these buildings. And these buildings look like they've been in the vicinity of a missile strike. The bottom row of the kind of debris strewn over the floor. The bottom row of windows are covered by some sort of chipboard, and then there are no kind of windows in the top 3 floors. But as Reuters reported, it doesn't actually look like there is any sign of kind of life being taken by these Russian missile strikes. So, and then there's some quotes that Reuters actually put out today, for one from Polina, who is a 74-year-old resident who actually lives across the road from one of these dormitories. She said the attack was very loud. It threw people out of their beds. Some people hurt their fingers because of the blast waves. And Mikhailo, a 41-year-old resident of Kramatorsk, he said there was an explosion, then another explosion, the windows shook. Really nothing else to tell you. It was just a normal day. So actually what we're probably seeing is some sort of kind of Russian information warfare at a time when Vladimir Putin is desperate to control the narrative at home. And there's kind of reports that he's looking to another one of these mobilizations of up to 500,000 troops. He's trying to control the sphere and basically make it look like Russia is having some successes and outdoing the Ukrainians in terms of striking at these kind of crucial points where soldiers are gathered and housed. But as far as I'm aware, and I can, using my kind of non-expertise when it comes to these kind of things, it doesn't look like anyone was hurt. And the damage from the missile looks very, very, very minimal. So I think this is safe to say that this is Russia trying to control the information sphere and putting out a bit of fake news by saying it's killed 600 people, because it doesn't look like anyone's died at all. And I'll leave it there for now.
Dom, if I can come back to you, we're going to be looking at the most recent donations to Ukraine in weapons, tanks and military aid. So if you could take us through sort of an overview of the most recent donations that we've seen this year and over this weekend even. Who are they coming from? Who is giving what? And are we expected to hear any more announcements of aid and weaponry coming soon?
Yeah, sure. So let's go back to Friday, just a couple of days ago. President Biden's administration announced another $3 billion in a military aid package. That takes the US up to $24.2 billion in military aid to Ukraine since February the 24th. There's three basic packages. You've got military stuff, you've got humanitarian supplies, and then just straightforward economic aid, as in loans, financial loans. But if you look at the military slice of that, then after the US, the next biggest donor, not counting Russia, of military kit to Ukraine is Britain, committed $2.3 billion in 2022, and Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has promised the same for 2023. There's been some recent moves from France and Germany, which I'll talk about in a moment. But let's have a look at this Friday's US announcement. So what they're going to send is 50 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, IFVs, very, very capable vehicles. Come on in a sec. They're going to send another 100 M113s. These are tracked armoured personnel carriers, basically sort of big armoured boxes on tracks. They're very old, but they get soldiers around the battlefield in very relative safety. They can't put up with an awful lot, but it's better than the LPCs, or leather personnel carriers, as I was told, i.e. walking. US is also going to be sending 55 MRAPs. These are wheeled vehicles, mine-resistant, ambush-protected MRAP, mine-resistant, ambush-protected vehicles. So these were brought in Iraq and Afghanistan to put up with roadside bombs and improvised explosive devices and so on and so forth. So they're modern, but they're still only a kind of development of the 113, albeit on wheels, but very, very good for putting up with. They're sort of V-shaped hulls, and the hull is about a metre or so off the floor. So if a roadside bomb goes off, then a lot of the blast has dissipated by the time it hits the metal, and that is then shaped away from the main body of the vehicle by the V-shaped hull, and the soldiers inside should hopefully survive. Also sending 138 Humvees, high mobility, multi-purpose wheeled vehicles. I've spoken about these before. This is now many, many hundreds of Humvees that have been sent, and they are very capable. Wheeled vehicles again, so limited to a certain degree about cross-country capability, but very, very capable vehicles, and can be compartmentalized. So you can use one for a command and control variant, you can use another one for a radio rebroadcast or other bits and pieces. So you can use them for different purposes. US also sending 18 155mm self-propelled howitzers, so big artillery pieces, plus their support vehicles, and 70,000 sort of normal, quote-unquote, normal artillery rounds, and 500 precision-guided artillery rounds for those weapon systems. They're sending 36 105mm towed artillery and a further 95,000 rounds. 105mm towed artillery is quite old. 105 is not a massive caliber, and if it's towed, it literally can't move itself. You've got to have other supporting vehicles to pull it around, so it's a bit more cumbersome. Doesn't get out of the way very, very quickly, and these days you should expect to be on the receiving end of fire within about 3 minutes of firing yourself. So it's best to shoot and scoot, get the hell out of there. So if you've got to tow this thing away, it takes a while to hook that up and move. So the older systems of towed artillery are going out of fashion, and you want self-propelled vehicles these days that can fire and then move immediately. They're also sending 10,000 mortar rounds, 120mm mortar rounds. So these are big mortar rounds. 120mm is basically the size of a tank main armament. Tank main armament uses generally 120, 125mm rounds. So these are big bombs, big mortar rounds being sent. And additional unspecified quantities of ammunition for HIMARS, air defence, and other stuff. So a big old dump of military aid there from the US again. Now, I'd like to have a quick look at the Bradley infantry fighting vehicle the US is sending, also the Marder that the Germans are sending, and the AMX-10 that the French have said they'll send. Before we do that, let's have a quick talk about tanks. This gets a load of journalists bent around the axle about what is a tank, what is not a tank. If it's big and it's green, it's called a tank for shorthand in journalism world, which gets a lot of military purists up in arms. So generally, when you think about tanks and how to classify these things, there's a number of big differences. So is it on tracks? Is it on wheels? So tracks can pretty much go most places. There's very few areas of ground that the tracked vehicle cannot cover. Wheeled vehicles will slip and slide in certain situations, such as the Rasputitsa that we're seeing in Ukraine now, we're just sort of passing out of it, I think. The big, wet, heavy, cloying mud, that thick mud as it transitions from seasons into and out of winter. So wheeled vehicles can be quite vulnerable to that and slip around all over the place, whereas tracked vehicles are much better able to cross that kind of ground. However, tracks are high on maintenance, so wheels are much easier to look after. So when you're talking about the whole system, wheels might be more preferable to tracks. Also, in the debate about is it a tank or not a tank, look at the armour. So if the armour is on the vehicle is such that it's able to withstand a modern tank gun or a modern anti-tank missile, then that probably is sort of veering towards tank territory. Less than that, if it can't, with its main armour, and the main armour on the tank is at the front on the hull and on the turret. That's generally the bit you point towards the enemy. So that's where you expect the rounds to come in from. You can't cover the whole tank in armour because it just simply won't move. So generally, the main armour is at the front, and if that can put up with a modern tank round, then yes, you're probably fair to describe the vehicle as a tank. And separately, the main armament. So is it designed to kill other tanks? Has it got a turret that can move independently of the hull, or has it got to shift the entire vehicle to point the weapon where it needs to go? Can it fire on the move, stabilised, as in so you're more likely to hit what you're trying to on the move, or you're just sort of banging the rounds down range and hoping that it achieves something? Is the vehicle designed to be in that direct fire battle, to get in close with the enemy? And by close, I mean sort of the last few hundred metres onto a position and take rounds, incoming rounds, and still survive and fight. So all those things together, and the question, is it a tank, is it not a tank? The debates will run on endlessly. However, you could then qualify, and people sort of talk about light tanks and medium tanks, and it's just a way of saying I don't really know, but is it a tank? I'm not sure. But let's have a look at the Bradley. So Bradley is an infantry fighting vehicle. It's been upgraded many times since it was brought in the late 80s, early 90s. The Bradleys are going with 500 TOW missiles. TOW is tube-launched, optically tracked, wire-guided missile, so an anti-tank missile that fires off downrange and trails a wire behind it. The wire spools out from the missile, so it's not sort of under tension. It comes out the back of the missile, and the commander or the gunner in the Bradley and other vehicles that use TOW. We used to fire TOW from Lynx helicopters, for example. You are sending information down that fibre optic cable to the missile itself, so the tracking information and steering it onto the target. Now, the downside of that is that you have to expose yourself, or at least your sight, so you can see the target. And in a Lynx helicopter, I seem to remember at maximum range, it would take 21.5 seconds for the TOW missile to reach its maximum range. And I would not want to be in the hover for 21.5 seconds, having launched something at the enemy. So there's a bit of a downside to these missiles that are not fire and forget, that can seek the enemy out for themselves, but still a very, very capable weapon. So 500 TOW missiles are going, and 250,000 rounds of 25mm ammo, 25mm being the main gun on a Bradley. Ukraine's likely to get the M2A2 version. A load of Bradleys were upgraded after Operation Desert Storm, which was Gulf 1 in 1990, 91. There were just over 1,400 upgraded to the M2A2 version. So that's the cohort that's going to be sending these 50 to Ukraine. And they're upgraded with a laser rangefinder, a GPS global positioning system, a combat identification system to hopefully cut down on blue, so your own side shooting you. Had a thermal viewer for the driver. So good upgrades. As I say, it's got a 25mm main armament and a coaxially mounted 7.62mm machine gun. Coaxially mounted means it's alongside the main gun, and where the main gun points, so does the machine gun. And the machine gun's there for taking on personnel and that kind of thing. Bradleys have 2 TOW missile launchers on top of the vehicle, which importantly can be fired by the gunner and the commander inside. They don't have to get out of the turret, which I'll talk about in a moment with the Marder. They don't have to get out of the turret, expose themselves when they fire this missile. So the TOW launchers can be fired from inside. Crew of 3, and it can fit 6 infantry in the back. It's about 30 tons. Now, all the vehicles are in storage in the US. Although no new Bradley has been made after 1991, they've all been refurbished and upgraded. So there's no real delay on these. These 50 should be moving very, very soon. And all round, it's a very good weapon system, very good vehicle. Anecdotally, from Gulf 1, the Bradley's main armament, armor-piercing 25mm rounds, were able to knock out, destroy Russian T-72 tanks, or the Iraqi army was using. So very, very capable vehicle, can see in the dark clearly, and a very capable tank-busting main gun. Is it a tank? Don't know. You know, park that thought for one moment. But a very, very capable vehicle. Now, Russian systems have not been upgraded. They've gone through certain upgrades, of course. I mean, that's why you've moved from BMP 1 to 2 to 3 and so on and so forth. They've been upgraded slightly, but nothing like the upgrades that Western kit generally has. So these Bradleys in particular are going to be, I hate using the phrase battle winning because it depends what the battle is and what the other side have got. But they are very, very capable. Separately, last Friday, Germany said 40 Marder vehicles were going to be sent to Ukraine. So the Marder 1A3 variant. So an upgrade from the original Marder ones. So pretty old, but still very useful, very good. It's got better optics, better communications than most of the IFVs, the infantry fighting vehicles that Ukraine's using now. The first upgrade of this type, 1A3, was done in 1989. So pretty old, but it's used as it's the current standard IFE for Germany, although they're upgrading to a new vehicle called Puma in the next few years. Marder's got a 20mm main armament, still a 7.62 coax main gun, so coaxially mounted machine gun. It fires Milan anti-tank missiles, a very good anti-tank missile, but the commander has to get out of the turret to fire that missile, which, if you've got artillery bursting around you and troops trying to shoot at you, is not the place to be. Similar to Bradley, crew of 3, infantry, you can fit 6 of them in the back, same weight, about 30 tons, same as Bradley. So good. I mean, way, way, way out of the league of, it's better than nothing. I mean, it's a very, very good vehicle, better than what Ukraine's probably got at the moment with its BMP and BTR, but still fairly old. Then we come on to France. So France has said they're going to send a number of AMX-10s, or AMX-10 RCR for completion. They are good. These are wheeled vehicles with a 105mm main gun, which is not stabilised, so it can't fire on the move, or if it can, you're not going to hit a barn door. But it's in a static position. It's manoeuvrable, especially on tracks, because I say it's wheeled, and it's got a pretty good gun. So 105 is not it's very good to have that in support of you. Bearing in mind, like I say, the Bradley's got a 25mm main gun, so 105mm is obviously much bigger, but it has certain drawbacks. About 20 tons, crew of 4, but a good vehicle for kind of supporting the assault. So all these vehicles, the Bradley, the Marder, the AMX-10, they're all designed in the Cold War to defeat Soviet armour and defensive positions. That's what they were procured for. We then got, we all got sidetracked, or we ran off to dusty places for 20 odd years. But we're now back to doing what these vehicles were designed for, and they worked in the Gulf. Bradley was knocking out T-72 in the Gulf. 25mm ammo armor piercing was going through the tank hull. The TOW were destroying turrets. It was the old turret throwing contest all over again. So you can imagine a scenario where you've got AMX-10 off to a flank firing 105mm high explosive into a Russian position, whilst Bradleys are firing TOWs to knock out any tanks on the position, and the Marder are pushing forward, delivering troops into the contact battle, protecting those troops and keeping the enemy distracted for that last critical 400-600 meter distance as you race onto the enemy objective, enemy position, and the troops in the back are in relative safety to get to the position and then start fighting through in good order. So they've not been too messed about before they even get to the position, which is obviously what you want. So these are very, very capable. Now, Britain has been sending the old, what they call the dogs of war, the Huskies, the Wolfhound, the Mastiff, and the Coyote. These vehicles that protected mobility vehicles that were brought in Iraq and Afghanistan. So not infantry fighting vehicles, but just protecting the crew. There's been a lot of debate about, Britain should send some of its fleet of Challenger 2 main battle tanks, should send some of the Warriors that have been taken out of service. Very, very broadly, Warrior is a Bradley equivalent-ish, although it doesn't have a TOW missile. That debate is raging at the moment. The most I can get out of government at the moment is, quote, they are, quote, considering, unquote, sending Challenger 2. Reading the runes, I think something's going to change there, but I can offer nothing more than that. That's the quote I've been given. They are considering sending Challenger 2, and that reflects a comment that James Cleverly, the Foreign Secretary, said earlier in the week. There's a debate whether or not Poland and the Czech Republic should be able to send Leopard 2, which is a very, very capable main battle tank that are made by Germany. And because of the contractual arrangements with these things, Germany has the say-so over where those vehicles eventually end up. There's pressure on Germany now to allow Poland and Czech Republic to release Leopard 2s for use in Ukraine. Hitherto, it's been deemed these big main battle tanks. It's well over the offensive-defensive line. If you choose to use that, I don't particularly like that as a self-imposed construct. As I've said before, you can't be a little bit pregnant. You're either in it or you're not. But yeah, this is the debate that currently is holding back the Leopard 2s, or Germany allowing Poland and Czech Republic to send the Leopard 2s. But all in all, things are moving on the armoured front. So like I say, Bradley, Marder, AMX-10 are going. They're all very, very capable vehicles, the Bradley especially. And I don't think it will take very long to train Ukrainian crews up to use these things. And the more heat there is at the moment pushing international partners to send these heavy armour, whether or not it's a tank, and we can, like I say, the endless debate. But these are all designed to take and hold ground, along with your infantry. Armour and vehicles can't do it on their own. Obviously, you need a load of infantry to actually physically hold the ground, to stay there on the ground and own it. But it looks as if 2023 is starting with the international community moving from supporting Ukraine with enough weapons not to lose, and morphing now into supporting Ukraine with enough weapons to win. I mean, a bit of a glib phrase, maybe a bit too binary, and as you know, I don't particularly like binary positions, but that I see is where the debate is at the moment. We're starting to move through that looking glass into actually really, really capable, modern equipment that is going to ramp up Ukraine's offensive capability.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dom. You went to great lengths there to explain what makes a tank a tank. Why does the definition of a tank versus an armoured vehicle matter so much in this context?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really. I mean, it matters if you're on the phone or bidding on eBay trying to buy some of these things and say, oh no, I've bought an APC, not an IFV or a PPM. I wanted a tank. It doesn't really matter. It gets doctrinal purists bent around the axle, but it's not. It doesn't massively matter that much. I think what it comes down to is how you then explain how these things can be used and what it enables a force to do. And of course, as I've just said, tanks or infantry fighting vehicles, armoured personnel carriers, protected mobility vehicles on their own can't do anything. They've got to work in consort with the infantry and the artillery and the engineers and the signals and everyone else to actually have a real effect. So in and of itself, it doesn't really matter. But when you start thinking about what they are, that is the important bit to focus on. And it's also important to focus on their vulnerability, because just saying, oh, you're going to send the most modern stuff. It's like, well, they're not invulnerable. Nothing is invulnerable. Some of these things will get knocked out, or they will fall in a bog, or they will throw a track and won't be able to move anywhere. So it's as important to know what the vulnerabilities are as well as how good they can be. But the actual debate of is it a tank or is it not is a murky world, and you dip your toe into that debate on social media at your peril, because people get very heated on these things.
Thanks, Dom. A question for you, Joe. What are your thoughts on Britain's donations to Ukraine, and how do they fare compared to the rest of Europe?
It's an interesting subject now, because under Boris Johnson I think it's safe to say that we were genuinely Europe's leader in terms of giving military kit and pushing the boundaries of what was given. While France and Germany were still uncertain of whether Vladimir Putin was going to send his troops across the border, we were sending in soldiers to help train Ukrainians. We were sending in these anti-tank weapons to basically to equip Ukraine for the initial defense. And then we slowly ramped it up to the point where we were giving over air defense more recently, but we gave our version of the MLRS, the multi-launch rocket system, over. But that does seem to be dwindling a tad. And I kind of, as France and Germany were announcing they were giving over Marders and AMX-10Rs, RCs, I started to look in about how the numbers were changing. And the Kiel Institute, a German-based think tank, the Kiel Institute for the World Economy, have basically been tracking commitments and donations to Ukraine over the course of the war, and they're kind of most up-to-date comprehensive figures, which doesn't include what has been given and offered by France and Germany in terms of these, whether we call it mini tanks or infantry fighting vehicles, has actually shown Germany and France their overall contribution, which includes their contributions to the EU's support for Ukraine, of now overtaking Britain. So Germany's commitments, and this was a tweet put out in December by the Kiel Institute, so Germany's new commitments and its contributions to the new EU package now make it the largest donor in Europe in absolute terms, overtaking the UK for the first time. And it basically charts Germany's contribution at 12.6 billion euros. And a large part of that is the fact that Germany is the EU's largest contributor to the EU budget, and France is the second largest. So actually, with the EU's package of support, France and Germany, while their bilateral support isn't as big as Britain's, they've actually now overtaken Britain in terms of absolute donations. And I wrote a piece with Nick Gutteridge, one of our political correspondents, the other day, looking into why this has happened. And Rishi Sunak, one of the criticisms of him is he's probably more frugal when it comes to the economy. He's not Boris Johnson. He's vowed to support Ukraine for as long as it takes, and he's promised to match the military contribution of 2022 in 2023, or match or even go past it. But there's never a definitive answer. No one really says. And we spoke to Tobias Elwood, who is the chair of the Commons Defence Committee, and he said actually the idea of France and Germany sending in Marders and AMX-10s is a welcome one. But he then said Britain should go further, bolster to take up the leading role in Europe again. And he told us that we need a better coordinated approach if we are serious about arming Ukraine to fight Russia. Ultimately, they need main battle tanks. If we're going to be serious about this, why aren't we sending main battle tanks, and why aren't we enabling Ukraine to strike legitimate targets inside Russia's borders? So we have put limitations on what we can actually do. We've been hesitant. But he does say, like, each month we become less risk averse in what we're willing to send, and being a little bit more confident. There's no reason why we can't start sending kind of our main battle tanks, which are Challenger 2s. And Richard Drax, he is a Tory MP and a member of the Commons Defence Committee. He told us that, look, if Germany and the Americans are up in the ante by sending more offensive weapons, that's great news. And then he goes on to say, like, if their contribution is something like armoured vehicles, I don't necessarily think that means we have to give that. As long as Ukraine gets the weapons they need, that's the main thing. So it's not seen in kind of political circles as a challenge to kind of outdo what France and Germany are doing, but as seen as kind of everyone should move in a bit of a lockstep in terms of sending equipment. And Britain can continue to play a leading role. So as Dom mentioned, last week when the German foreign minister was over in town, Annalena Baerbock, she gave a press conference alongside James Cleverly, and he gave a nod to say that, look, tanks are something that we're considering. Dom's obviously spoken about Challenger 2s being a consideration. Sky News' Deborah Haynes has just put out a report while we're live on air, suggesting that these conversations have been going on for weeks, and we could send up to as many as 10 Challenger 2 tanks to Ukraine, which I believe would form a squadron. And that actually then helps build in. There's a meeting of the US-led Ramstein initiative, which is the American attempt to speak to. It's made up of about 50 countries, and it's a program where they hold regular meetings of defense ministers and officials to try and basically coordinate Western support for Ukraine. And it's made up of about 50 countries. They are meeting again at the end of, I think in about a week's time. I think the 20th, off the top of my head. So that gives a chance for the Germans to say, look, we're happy for Leopard 2s to be sent. So the Czechs, the Poles, the Finns have also said that they would be happy to do so, but obviously need that kind of export declaration, export license from the Germans. Could the Leclerc be sent by the French? Could an Abrams be sent by the Americans? Possibly. So if Britain is to stick its head above the parapet and say we're sending a main battle tank, we could take up our role as the leading country in Europe when it comes to supporting Ukraine. But I think as it stands at the moment, the French and the Germans, with their kind of contribution to the EU side of things, have actually overtaken us in real terms money. So it's up for kind of a decision by Rishi Sunak, by Ben Wallace, by kind of our military chiefs about how much money we can spare. Can we spare any more kit? And I know one of the things that Ben Wallace has spoken about is, and he, I can't remember what it was, potentially June, May time. We sat down for a brief chat, and he described the solution for helping Ukraine as not just as a kind of a recipe book. So he suggested that we've given Ukraine a lot of the ingredients, but now we need to teach them how to use them to fight against Soviet armor, which I think would be probably the Ukrainians would say is condescending at the moment, because they're doing pretty well in claiming back land, and they're the most well trained and they have the most experience when it comes to fighting a Soviet land army. So that's one thing to consider, is how much kit have we actually got on the shelves that we're willing to donate. But I think by signalling that we're willing to give Challenger 2s across, that will open and unlock a lot of doors when it comes to Ukraine being given other main battle tanks by the French, by the Germans, by the Americans. Because I think the Poles, the Czechs have given over their Soviet-era tanks, which were backfilled by Western NATO standard tanks in their own countries for defensive purposes. But we've not got as far as sending a proper NATO standard Western main battle tank. So I think if Britain, with the Challenger 2 nod, that will help grease the wheels or grease the tracks of getting main battle tanks to Ukraine. But as it stands, the French and the Germans have, in real terms, sent more monetary money worth of kit, value of kit and support to Ukraine, and Britain is falling behind. So it's a decision for Britain's politicians and military chiefs to decide whether they want to donate further and actually outdo the Germans and the French in terms of monetary value of support. But I'll stop there for now.
A question for both of you, perhaps you would like to answer first, Dom. It seems the latest donations are a marked upgrade in the kit provided by the West to Ukraine. In your assessment, is that true? And once all of the pledged donations are delivered to the country, will Ukraine be better equipped than Russia?
Okay, is it a marked upgrade? Individually, yes. I mean, the individual individual vehicles that we're talking about here are just out of any league comparison with the infantry fighting vehicles that Russia is fielding. The BMP, the Boyovaya Machina Pekoty, well, they've been upgraded, but fairly old, and the BTR, the Brony Transporter, the people transporters. Their tanks are quite old, T-72s, there's some T-80s, there's even been rumours of T-90s in there, but they're fairly old, they're in small numbers. But so yes, one for one, all this equipment, these vehicles are much better than anything that they might be compared against in the Russian inventory. Now, numbers, we're not entirely sure how many. I mean, Russia's raiding museums and old equipment, the equipment locker to get stuff out for this. We've seen T-64, which, as the name suggests, was designed in the 60s. I mean, very, very old bits of kit. But they're going down that line of mass. Russia is going down the line of mass rather than particularly nimble and efficient capability. But so even if you equate the mass thing, or you take on the mass thing and say, oh well, Ukraine still might not be able to affect a great breakthrough on the battlefield. I mean, just having the stuff is only one small part of fielding a capability, and we're getting on a bit now in terms of time. We've covered it before. Maybe we'll do again about the British military way of when you move from having kit to capability, and the mnemonic was tepid oil. So you need training, equipment, personnel, information, doctrine, organisations, infrastructure and logistics. You need to tick all those boxes. You need to have the places to train on them. You need to have the warehouses to look after this equipment properly. You need to have the doctrine. You need to know how you're actually going to employ it when it comes to the fight. So just having the tank or the vehicle, if you like, out on the tank park is good. But if you can't equip it, if you can't put the correct personnel inside it who know what they're doing, and if they can't work together as a team, like I say, Bradley's got a crew of 3, the same with Marder. AMX-10's got a crew of 4. They're not all doing individual jobs completely, not talking to each other. Of course they're not. They're all talking to each other the whole time. The commander is trying to direct the driver. He's trying to tell the gunner what to aim at. He's on the radio to his higher command to say where the fight's going. He's on the radio as well to the infantry in the back and the infantry outside to say where's the tank, where's that depth position that suddenly started opening up on me. So the commander's got a lot going on. The gunner is bouncing around. He or she is trying to aim the gun, get the correct round down range, the correct target, etc., etc. The driver's wondering what the hell is going on and where are they aiming the vehicle and so on and so forth. That's just inside one vehicle. Multiply that across, in the British Army, 12 vehicles make a squadron. You normally have about 3 in a troop, and then you have 3 troops and a squadron headquarters that are in 3 vehicles themselves. So about 12 for a squadron. 3 squadrons-ish make up a regiment. So you've got all these building blocks that all have to knit together. And like I say, that's the vehicles with the infantry and with the artillery, and you're timing your running because you're going to have the artillery landing on the enemy position as you're covering those last few hundred meters, because you want them to get their heads down so you can get there and start killing them before they even know you're there, basically. But at what point do you lift that artillery curtain, or you've got to trust your artillery mates that they're going to put the rounds on the correct place and at the correct time, and stop dropping rounds the moment you get there, because you don't want rounds coming down while your infantry are getting out the back of your vehicle. So this whole orchestra, I keep talking about this, the combined arms nature of warfare, it's everything working together in concert. So just having these vehicles is one good part, and yes, they are better than anything Russia is fielding today. But it's how you get it all working together, and that's what really brings that effect. And without that, then you could very, very, as good as these vehicles are, if you just put them in piecemeal and they're not supported and they're going in the wrong direction, as I say, you've only got the most amount of armour at the front. You can bolt on armour to the sides and the turret and do whatever you like, but the thing's not going to move if you put too much of it on there. So if you don't use them correctly, then they will get knocked out. I mean, Bradleys were, the vast majority of Bradleys came out of Gulf 1 intact. I think the US lost 20, of which high double figures was due to friendly fire. That problem hopefully has now been superseded with combat identification systems and so on and so forth. But there were a very small number, it has to be said, but there were some Bradleys knocked out by the Iraqi army. It is going to happen. So you've got to be very clever, and that's when you are overwhelmingly own the violence, basically. But even then, you're going to lose some. So if you go into it piecemeal and you go into it with too little thought given to how you're actually going to employ this, then you will lose more of them, and you'll lose your own people. And just as important as the capability of the vehicle and the individual crews working together is the confidence of the men and the women that you are putting in harm's way and asking to get up close and personal with the enemy. And once their confidence goes, then everyone's a little bit hesitant, and it just doesn't go off the attack just doesn't quite work, and it can snowball into sort of paralysis, if you like. So you can have the best equipment in the world, but if you don't use it right, then you're on a hiding to nothing.
And over to you, Joe. What's your analysis of the same question?
I think Dom's covered it quite in depth there. I don't really need to add a lot, but say the training's a big part of this. We believe the Germans are going to, well, and they've been training Ukrainian soldiers on their territory to use their air defense systems that they've donated, the IRIS systems, and it will be the same with whatever Britain ends up giving over. We'll train Ukrainians, the Americans the same, the French the same. It's an important aspect of whether we can keep training their soldiers to use. And it's what Ben Wallace alluded to when I was speaking to him all those months ago. If you can, it's all well and good having the ingredients to make a 5-star kind of Michelin star meal, but if you don't have the skills and the know-how to craft it, you're not going to be as good as Gordon Ramsay. So I think that's a really important element to take into account there. And the Ukrainians, I think, every day are surprising sort of Western military experts, and with what they can do and their ability to use the capabilities given to them by Western governments, NATO countries, etc. So I think it's to kind of, that's an important bit to keep looking at, is how much training, how much knowledge and know-how is being imparted on the Ukrainian troops when they're given these bits of kit, and how many people can they spare to be sent for training, because they obviously need their soldiers on the front line to carry on taking back territory and defending where the Russians are trying to push forward. I'll stop there.
We're coming to the end of our time this afternoon, so if we can come to everybody's final thoughts. Over to you first, Dom. What would you like to leave our listeners with this afternoon?
Well, I'd just keep a focus on this debate about armour specifically now, not just weapons and munitions and aid for Ukraine, but specifically armour, tanks. Back to what decide a tank is. I think that's coming to a head here in the UK. I think there's going to be some moves in the next couple of days, announcements. I don't know. I'm not trying to set anything up here. Like I said, I spoke to Emily this morning, and I had the word considering, which has been out for a few days now anyway. So I'm not trying to set myself up as some great sage. I genuinely don't know, but I think I get I've been sniffing the wind. I probably could have chosen a better expression, and I think something's going to happen this week in the UK specifically about armour, and I think it comes back to, as I said earlier, I do think there's been a shift now from is the West just trying to stop Ukraine losing to is it trying to enable Ukraine to win? And I think we're through that looking glass.
Right, and over to you, Joe. What are your final thoughts?
Dom has actually stolen not stolen. How could he know? But I was going to say, I think we've had a kind of a very distinctive shift, where finally we've got some of maybe Europe's doubters. France, Emmanuel Macron was always looking to limit what he gave to Ukraine because he wanted to keep a sort of a window, an opportunity for dialogue open with Vladimir Putin. He always spoke about not wanting to humiliate the Russian leader, but now he's saying he's changed his tone to saying we'll back a Ukrainian victory on the battlefield, which is good news for the Ukrainians. So I think we're actually coming to a head with everyone is on board with making sure Ukraine wins. And I think that what's played a big part in that is the fact of Vladimir Putin, the Russian army, is targeting more and more civilian kind of infrastructure in terms of heating and electricity, and basically trying to, we speak about it a lot, kind of torture and plunge the Ukrainians into a horrible, horrible winter, that's good news. But then I'll also, I think we should look forward to whether it be in the next days, weeks or months, the Ukrainian intelligence are talking about Vladimir Putin doing another round of mobilization of troops, and the Ukrainians think up to 500,000 Russians could be conscripted and brought into the army and put into some sort of springtime counteroffensive. So whether it be March, April time, the Ukrainians seem to think that they are the Russians are preparing for a counteroffensive. So I think that's what we've got to start looking forward to in the future, and whether the Ukrainians are correct on that, or whether it's an opportunity for them to put pressure on Western governments to give over more aid, that wouldn't surprise me. But I think, the winter has been obviously a bogged down period. We're coming into February, would be at the 1 year anniversary of the conflict in just over a month. But I would expect kind of the conflict to go from more static and grinding to some kind of more offensive postures. So let's look out for that. And if the West can get main battle tanks over in time for March, I know the Germans suggest they might get their 40 Marders over by March, but if we can start getting battle tanks over there, that will help Ukraine drastically as the weather conditions improve. So let's look at the shifting kind of weather and shifting attitudes from the West in terms of helping out Ukraine win the war. And I'll stop there.
Ukraine the Latest is an original podcast from The Telegraph. To stay on top of all of our Ukraine news, analysis and dispatches from the ground, subscribe to The Telegraph. You get your first 30 days completely free at telegraph.co.uk/audio. Or sign up to Dispatches, our Ukraine newsletter, which brings you stories from our award-winning foreign correspondents straight to your inbox. You can listen to this conversation live at 1 p.m. each weekday on Twitter Spaces. Follow The Telegraph on Twitter so that you don't miss it. If you enjoyed this podcast, please consider following Ukraine the Latest on your preferred podcast app. And if you have a moment, leave a review as it helps others find the show. You can also get in touch directly to ask questions or give comments by emailing podcasts@telegraph.co.uk. Ukraine the Latest is produced by Louisa Wells and Giles Gear, and today on Twitter, Robbie Nichols. I'm Claire Hubble, and this is Ukraine the Latest. Today, as details of Ukraine's attack in Makiivka continue to unfurl, we consider what the response on Russian social media may tell us about Moscow's next move. Plus, we're joined by guest Dr. Rory Finnan, a specialist on Crimea, to discuss the critical role the peninsula seems destined to play in the months and years ahead.
This hideous and barbaric venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure.
Putin's war in Ukraine has destabilized energy markets the world over.
Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians.
Every weekday afternoon, we sit down with leading journalists from the Telegraph's London newsroom and our teams reporting on the ground to bring you the latest news and analysis on the war in Ukraine. It's Wednesday, the 4th of January, day 315. Today, to discuss the most recent events in Ukraine and around the world, I'm joined by our assistant comment editor Francis Durnley, our senior foreign correspondent Roland Oliphant, and guest Dr. Rory Finnan, Associate Professor of Ukrainian Studies at the University of Cambridge. I started by asking Roland for the most significant updates in the military sphere in the past 24 hours.
Hello, everybody. Listen, this strike in Makiivka, the New Year's Eve strike against a Russian barracks, basically, that killed large numbers of men. We're being cautious about the numbers, but it's still dominating war reporting, interestingly, in Russia itself. So the latest update from the Russian Ministry of Defense says that 89 servicemen have been confirmed killed. Yesterday, they were saying 63. That was from Lieutenant General Sergei Sevrukov, who's the deputy head of their military political department. And he also indicated that, more bodies are being pulled out of the rubble. It's possible these numbers they're giving us are simply the positively identified victims, and that we're going to see this number go up further. As we noted yesterday, this is, we're pretty sure, the largest single loss of life that the Russians have admitted to. So even if more men were lost when the cruiser Moskva was sunk earlier in the war, this is the highest single loss of life in a single incident the Russians have admitted to since the war began, which talks about how serious this is. Now, he's already laid the blame. General Sevrukov said that quote, currently a commission is working to investigate the circumstances of what happened, but it's already obvious that the main reason for what happened was the turning on and massive use by personnel of mobile phones within reach of enemy weapons, contrary to a ban. And he went on to say that measures would be taken to ensure such incidents did not happen again, and those responsible would be punished. Now, I'm going to come back to that in a second. There is another factor, which is the possible storing of ammunition in the barracks, which may have exacerbated it. Britain's Ministry of Defence has said in its daily update that, Russia has, quote, the Russian military has a record of unsafe ammunition storage from well before the current war, but this incident highlights how unprofessional practices continue to contribute to Russia's high casualty rate, and says it's quite likely that ammunition did exacerbate that. But listen, I've been speaking to analysts this morning who say that that's not really the issue. The issue is you shouldn't have dozens, hundreds of men in one building, only about a dozen miles from the Avdiivka front line, which is a very active, has been a very active section of the front since the war began. And the ministry's comments, the Russian Defense Ministry's comments, have caused absolute outrage on Russian military Telegram. The bloggers, people like Semyon Pergov, people like Alexander Kots, universally noting that he did not address this point, universally noting that the Ministry of Defense seems keen to blame the privates and the corporals turning on their mobile phones and not blame the officers who put a huge number of troops in that building. And the thing to note there is that outrage on Telegram, it does tend, further down the line, it can end up shaping, or it can indicate a decision within the Kremlin to shape the national conversation for decisions further down the line. In that regard, I'd note this very formerly almost completely unknown group calling itself the Group of Military Mothers, or something like that. It's a Telegram channel that appeared relatively recently, and suddenly they are putting out demands for Vladimir Putin to announce mobilization, to draft more men into the military. In response to this, Vladimir Putin himself has not commented on Makiivka, but I think we should note how broadly the Russian state media is reporting on this. I would expect, I would not be surprised to see, a week or two down the line, a significant Kremlin decision coming based off the back of this, and that perhaps what we're seeing here is the kind of the preparatory work, the informational preparatory work to form public opinion, to prepare from that kind of step. Other developments, the Ukrainians say 5 dead and 13 wounded on Tuesday. That's from the deputy head of the Ukrainian presidential office, Kyrylo Tymoshenko. He said victims among the civilian population are as a result of the armed aggression of the Russian Federation for January the 3rd. That's up to 9 o'clock this morning, local time. 1 person dead in Donetsk region, 5 wounded, 1 wounded in Kharkiv region, 2 wounded in Kherson, and in Kherson region, 4 dead. That's obviously not including military casualties. Volodymyr Zelenskyy last night, again trailing this talk of a coming Russian offensive in the spring. He was talking in his nightly address. He puts out a video on Telegram. He'd just spoken to Justin Trudeau of Canada. He said, "We have no doubt that the current masters of Russia will throw everything they have left and everyone they can round up to try to turn the tide of the war, or at least delay their defeat. We have to disrupt this Russian scenario. We are preparing for this. The terrorists must lose and any attempt for their new offensive must fail." Of course, before Christmas, Valery Zaluzhny, the Ukraine's top general, warned of a new offensive coming in the spring. He suggested it might come through Belarus, a second attempt to attack Ukraine in the north. We haven't actually seen any evidence that is imminent, but it's clearly something the Ukrainians are talking about a lot. Russia's Rostec says that the mass production of new drones will start in the next few months. And lastly on this, there seems to be a bit of a deadlock at the front. We had some interesting comments from Yevgeny Prigozhin, the head of Wagner, yesterday, where he basically seemed to blame the lack of progress in Bakhmut, which has turned into this kind of mini Verdun, a lack of supplies from the Kremlin, but also paying tribute to kind of the Ukrainian defense. He said in videoed comments, in Artyomovsk, that's the Russian, the old Soviet name for Bakhmut, the Russian still is. In Artyomovsk, every house has become a fortress. Our guys sometimes fight for more than a day over one house. Sometimes they fight for weeks over one house. And behind this house, there's still a new line of defense and not one. And how many such lines of defense are there in Artyomovsk? 500 would probably not be an exaggeration. He talked about shortage of shells and armoured vehicles. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much for that, Roland. Francis, I believe you have some more updates on the military front for us, so please take us away.
Yes, thank you, Claire, and to everyone who's written to me in the past 24 hours in response to my assessment of the current strategic situation. I'm doing my best to work through them all on Twitter, so do bear with me. I said then that I welcomed alternative perspectives, and in that spirit, I wanted to offer up a few more military analysts and how they think events on the ground will unfold in 2023. These are from a recent article on the BBC website. The first voice is from Michael Clark, who's Associate Director of the Strategic Studies Institute at Exeter University. And he argues that for 2023, the key determinant will be the fate of Russia's spring offensive. Putin had admitted that about 50,000 of the newly mobilised troops are already at the front. The other 250,000 of them just mobilised are training. There is no scope for anything but more war until the fortunes of these new Russian forces are settled on the battlefield. Another perspective from Andrei Pointovsky, a scientist and analyst based in Washington. He says, slightly different take, Ukraine will win by restoring completely its territorial integrity by spring 2023 at the latest. Two factors shaping this conclusion, and he goes on, says that one of them is the motivation, determination and courage of the Ukrainian military, and the other is that the West has finally grown up and realised the magnitude of the historical challenge it faces. I think that's true to an extent, although I would question whether that is absolute for the reasons that I talked about yesterday. Finally, Ben Hodges, who will be familiar to some listeners. He's very vocal on matters of Ukraine, former Commanding General of the United States Army Europe. He's written for The Telegraph in the past. And he also thinks that the end of 2023 will see Crimea fully restored to Ukrainian control and sovereignty, though there may be some sort of agreement, he says, that allows Russia to phase out some of its naval presence in Sevastopol, perhaps even to the end of the treaty, approximately 2025, that existed before Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea. And indeed, that's a really interesting question, and one that no doubt we'll get into with Rory shortly. But just in terms of other updates in the political and energy fronts, the first is that there's been quite an interesting event taking place in the last 24 hours where a former Russian deputy prime minister has sent a piece of shrapnel from a French howitzer to President Emmanuel Macron. And there was a letter, an open letter that he's published publicly. It said, in this envelope, along with my letter, you will see a fragment of a shell from a French artillery piece. It punctured my right shoulder and lodged in the fifth cervical vertebra only a millimetre away from killing me or rendering me an invalid. So what's the significance of that? Well, clearly taunting from the Russians there, and as well as just being indicative, I think, of the fact that for all of the talk that we've made on the podcast, that some countries have given more military support than others, and that is true. The French have also been very important in what they have provided. And so their weaponry is being used on the battlefield as we speak, as is German, as is British, as is American, of course. Just something else in the political diplomatic space, because we've touched on it, and I think it's just relevant in the background to Ukraine, is that the US House of Representatives failed to elect a speaker on the first ballot for the first time in a century. This was overnight for us. As a Republican revolt threw Congress into chaos. Now, I won't go into all the nuances of this, but essentially about 19 hardline conservative Republicans have voted against their own party's nominee, Kevin McCarthy, meaning that he fell short of a majority in the 435-member House. Now, the reason this is all relevant is that it was Kevin McCarthy who was the individual who made those remarks around Ukraine not receiving a blank check from America, and has sometimes been seen as having a more sceptical view, or at least representing a more sceptical view amongst the Republican wing of American opinion with regards to continued support for Ukraine. Now, that's not the reason why he has not been supported. In fact, it's almost the opposite, that it's the hardliners, as I say, in the Republican Party who think that he's too moderate. They're sort of Trumpite wing. So that's quite interesting. But just something for us to follow, given the discussions around the Republican Party on matters of Ukraine, with being very, very relevant to the future trajectory of the war, arguably, in terms of the support that America provides. Although it has to be emphasised as well, the Democratic Party also have their own issues around Ukraine and fierce debates around that. Regular listeners will recall that letter that was sent that caused quite consternation at the time. And then just lastly, because I talked about energy yesterday, some quite promising news that's been published here in Britain, indeed in our paper. about how households are forecast to pay £500 less than feared on their energy bills in the second half of this year, after gas prices have dropped to their lowest level since before the war in Ukraine. Well, why does this matter? Well, it's obvious, because the fact is that, as I was saying yesterday, Putin's pillar strategy for this period was that the West would really be feeling domestic pressure from its populations as a consequence of the cost of energy over a cold winter. Because things have been so mild, as I say, it was 17 degrees in Warsaw yesterday or over the weekend, this has meant that the cost of energy has gone way, way down, the usage has gone down, and that can only be a positive thing from the Ukrainian perspective, because there is less of that domestic pressure within countries, and that will mean that leaders can continue to remain robust on the matter of Ukraine. So that's where we are in the update space in the last 24 hours.
Thanks again, Francis. And it's now our pleasure to welcome Dr. Rory Finnan, who is University Associate Professor of Ukrainian Studies at the University of Cambridge, to the podcast. Dr. Finnan, your primary research interest is the interplay of literature and national identity in Ukraine. So that's very interesting for us to hear more about. I'd first like to start with what I believe is your specialist subject, Crimea. So could you give us non-experts in the room a broad brushstroke history of Crimea pre-20th century?
Well, Claire, first of all, thanks a lot for having me. It's an excellent question. And I think we would do well to actually probably back up and make two things clear to listeners. And that is, first, that Russia is an expansionist land empire. And the second thing is that Crimea is very likely its most prized colony, or one of its most prized colonies. So when I say expansionist land empire, I'm trying to distinguish it from maritime empires. So those are the ones we typically have in mind. We think about British colonizers, let's say, stepping off a ship, right? Russian colonizers dismount a horse. And whereas British colonizers, to take this example a little bit further, tend to extract resources from colonies and then enrich the center, Russian colonizers throughout their century have tended to assimilate peoples and often engage in what we call settler colonialism. That is, they efface and erase indigenous peoples and then replace them. So the historian Jeffrey Hosking puts this very well. Britain had an empire. Russia is an empire. So if we want a broad brush view of Crimea, I think one way of trying to do it or describe it in one sentence is to say that the history of Crimea before the 20th century is a history of Russian imperial conquest. That is, it's a history of an empire seeking to efface the past of Crimea, and more importantly, an attempt to replace it with its own myth and its own people. So I think we in the West have largely fallen for this myth. And one of the things that I think we do well to study right now is a bit more of this, let's say, 18th century history, particularly the Crimean Tatar Khanate, which for centuries ruled over not only the Crimean Peninsula, but also these adjacent steppelands in southern Ukraine. And right now, most of the front of the current war is actually tracing the northern borders of what had been the Crimean Tatar Khanate that was annexed by Catherine II in 1783. If you read conventional histories of Russia, that story of the annexation seems like an embrace of the Crimean Tatars to Russian power, but actually came after 4 consecutive invasions of Crimea. Eventually, the Khanate capitulated and its territory was absorbed into the Russian Empire. But one thing we need to understand is that what Catherine acquired in 1783 was not what Putin grabbed in 2014. So what she took was both the Crimean Peninsula and this adjacent steppeland. The area that we now associate with cities like Mariupol, Melitopol, Kherson, etc. So that history is really alive to us today. So if we're looking at the broad history of Crimea, we have to be focusing on, let's say, a progressive act of ethnic cleansing that saw an indigenous population that in 1850 or so constituted upwards of 80% of the population disappear in a period of decades. And the Russian imperial project has been to conceal that history, to cloak that. And I think that history is very much in the background, deep background of this current war.
How exactly would you define a Tatar? And are there any other words or phrases that we use interchangeably?
Well, I'd say that the Crimean Tatars are a Sunni Muslim Turkic-speaking people who, as I mentioned before, ruled over the peninsula for centuries and were the dominant population well into the middle of the 19th century. They dwindled due to ethnic cleansing, both by Alexander II, who actually explicitly called for what he called the очищение, the cleansing of the Tatar people from the peninsula, and the replacement of the Tatars with peasants from outside Crimea. So if we're thinking about the 20th century as well, we can see Stalin, who deports what's left of the Crimean Tatar population in 1944. He's actually finishing what Alexander II started in the 19th century. That is an ethnic cleansing of this people. They were deported to Central Asia, other far reaches of the Soviet Union. And we can see a kind of anxiety in those acts, right? An implicit understanding that Russian power doesn't really belong, that they have to absolutely expunge this Islamic, Sunni Muslim, Turkic-speaking past, and then create their own myth, which takes off really in the 20th century, as we'll see.
What is the relationship, be it political, cultural, or social, between Crimea and the rest of Ukraine?
Well, one thing to keep in mind is that, as you know on this excellent podcast, Ukraine is a very diverse country, and its remarkable historical development is a story of people from different empires. So the Russian Empire, Austro-Hungarian Empire, and indeed even Ottoman Empire over the 18th, 19th, 20th centuries, coalescing around the idea of modern Ukraine, which was largely an anti-imperial idea opposed to autocracy to the east, aristocracy to the west. And the story of Crimea and its connections to the rest of Ukraine are very similar to the connections of various regions of Ukraine to each other. And effectively, they result in 1991 with a majority of voters in Crimea supporting Ukraine's independence from the Soviet Union. And so the Islamic past, which was effaced, and this ethnic cleansing that led to many Russians as well as Ukrainians in the Soviet period being sent over to settle and take this stolen Crimean Tatar property, for instance, and create what they called this new Russian Crimea with its own Russian form. It has been distinctive from the rest of Ukraine because of the intensity of that colonial project. And so that is the one, let's say, complicating factor we can say here that's been persistent over the decades and even the centuries is, once again, that Islamic past that has been effaced and ignored, even here among Western scholars, very sadly. And secondly, the attempts by Russia and Soviet authorities to efface it, to erase it. And I think Ukraine has struggled with its own relationship until recently in acknowledging this past itself, in identifying its own colonial experience and seeing it through the lens of the Crimean Tatar experience. That's something that's actually happened rapidly since 2014, since the annexation by Putin's forces in the spring of 2014. And there's been a lot of soul searching among cultural actors in Crimea, in Ukraine. There's a lot of fellowship and solidarity between Ukrainian culture and Crimean Tatar culture, seeing that they have much more in common due to this colonial past than they had commonly recognized.
I'm so sorry. I think we've lost our speaker. If you could try to leave a
I'm back, I think, Claire. Sorry about that.
Okay. If we can just jump to, if you could tell us more about what happened in 2014 and what the cultural and political impact was in Crimea.
Well, I think we often talk about self-determination when discussing Crimea. And I mentioned 1991, the vote of the majority in Crimea for Ukraine's independence. It's worth pointing out that in 2013, there was a very substantial study surveying 1,200 respondents in Crimea, assessing a number of things. Among them was the view on the status of Crimea. And there, the large majority of respondents viewed Crimea as part of Ukraine. So the notion that somehow Crimea should secede was very much of a minority view. It's important that we remember that reality in 2013, another wonderful scholar, Eleanor Knott, has done excellent work with interviews of various actors in Crimea that showed that separatism, even among, let's say, pro-Russian communities in Crimea, was not a very viable option. And that's exactly why in 2014, we see Russian forces without insignia on the peninsula. It's an implicit recognition that, one, it's an illegal operation. And the whole, let's say, display, the performance of a so-called referendum at the barrel of a gun was itself this implicit recognition that the majority of respondents and voters in Crimea were not as inclined to support this forcible annexation. Now, in 2014, there was a story about a report from Putin's Human Rights Council that revealed, at least according to this particular memo from the Human Rights Council, that about 30% of Crimea's population actually turned out for the so-called referendum, and about half of that 30% supported the idea of seceding from Ukraine. So I think it's important, first of all, to remember that history, that self-determination in Crimea is still something that needs to be negotiated and better understood. But since 2014, to put it very quickly and bluntly, the peninsula was militarized. And not only militarized in terms of weapons, but militarized in terms of consciousness itself. So we see a flood of missiles, nuclear-capable missiles, in particular into Crimea over a period of years. And then we see these crackdowns on Crimean Tatar and indeed Ukrainian civil society. So we see thousands needing to leave the peninsula in 2014. The number is still unclear. But we have seen consistently over 8 years now a brutal crackdown against Crimean Tatar civil society. So we can see the Tsar's and Stalin's project living out its own life in the 21st century, that new backdoor deportations are taking place all the time. And we, I think, in the West have ignored this history. I mean, we paid a great deal of attention to Crimea in 2014, and rightly so. But then that attention waned significantly. Crimea fell off newspaper headlines. And the consequences of that amnesia, or failure to pay attention, has been catastrophic, I think, because what we've seen now is that Crimea was allowed to become this massive springboard, this catapult to push an invasion further into Ukrainian territory. The signs were always there that escalation was on the horizon. And I think a lot of us, particularly in the diplomatic community, just hoped for the best and insisted that the Kremlin wouldn't be so reckless to pursue further escalation when all signs pointed in the other direction.
What would you like people listening to know about Crimea? What is the one or two things you would like our listeners to take away from this episode?
Well, I suppose there are so many things I'd love to discuss, but I think in terms of the current war, it's very important for us to understand that Crimea is not, let's say, this island or jewel that Russian metaphors often say, and that in fact what we need to do is think about Crimea as a peninsula attached to the steppeland of southern Ukraine. And so when we understand Crimea in this fashion, not simply a peninsula, but a peninsula with a steppeland into southern Ukraine, you can see and understand some of the trajectories of Russian aggression against Ukraine. So in March 2014, as we discussed earlier, Putin annexes Crimea and effectively disconnects Crimea from resource flows from Ukraine, which have been historically extremely important for the peninsula. So the Putin's forces cut off Crimea from fresh water supply. 85% of Crimea's fresh water traditionally came from the North Crimean Canal that was built in the Soviet period, in particular, the period under which Ukrainian administrators governed Crimea. That's also a really important story. One thing to fix is this notion of a gift by Khrushchev to Ukraine that we often entertain here in Britain and the United States, that in 1954, somehow Khrushchev, as Elon Musk put it, made a mistake in giving Crimea to Soviet Ukraine. the historical record shows that it was a rescue, that Crimea, after the Second World War, and in particular after the deportation of the Crimean Tatars in 1944, was in a terrible economic state. And the Soviet authorities, including Khrushchev, understood the historical reality of the peninsula being attached to the steppeland. So Crimea is a natural extension of the Ukrainian steppe. It has no physical natural connection to Russia. The vanity bridge that Putin has built, finished in, or at least opened up in 2018, cannot compensate for the resource losses in Crimea since this divorce from the rest of mainland Ukraine. And so Putin's forces, therefore, in February, on the very first day of the full-scale invasion, as I mentioned before, used Crimea as a springboard to tear into Ukraine's Kherson Oblast and to seize control of this critical water and resource supply, which means there was an implicit recognition of this fundamental historical reality that Crimea needs to be connected to the Ukrainian mainland. So if we understand, if our listeners understand this larger, broader historical reality of Crimea, the peninsula being attached and needing to be attached to the Ukrainian mainland, we can understand that Russia's hold is tenuous, because any proposed peace settlement, let's say we imagine a conclusion to this war that we all hope will come soon. If we entertain the idea of codifying the occupation of Crimea in exchange for a cessation of hostilities, it would simply be kicking the can down the road. At worst, it would be a ticking time bomb, because the truth is Ukraine will never be stable with a Russian-occupied Crimea, and a Russian-occupied Crimea will never be resource secure without Ukraine. And this latter component has been, I think, overlooked by a lot of analysts. But when we look over the centuries of Crimea's history, we see this dependency of the peninsula with the Ukrainian mainland. They need to be joined together. And so when we understand that, we can see more of Putin's designs. We can also understand why we need to imagine Ukraine reclaiming all its sovereign, internationally recognized territory.
I just wanted to touch on your own personal experiences in Crimea. So on your visits, what have your trips been like? What have the people been like? And what did you see while you were there?
Oh, so many things, so many relationships, Claire, over decades. I've been traveling to Crimea since the 1990s. It's a very complicated, wonderful place. Obviously, the biggest difference of Crimea from the rest of Ukraine is this nearly 9 years now of occupation and the changing of worldviews and the sad alienation of the population of the peninsula from the rest of the world, the way it's become a gray area. But in the 1990s, like the rest of Ukraine, there was a lot of soul searching about identity, some attempts to confront this imperial past that I mentioned, the Kremlin's interested in effacing and ignoring. And I think over time, there was very much an acceptance. There were lots of political contests between Kyiv and Simferopol and the rest of Crimea, but ultimately by 2013, we could see Crimea well established within state structures in Ukraine. There was a broader acceptance of Ukrainian national identity as a civic concept in which ethnic Russians, ethnic Ukrainians, ethnic Crimean Tatars could all be a part of this broader project. So over the years of my visits, I've seen these feelings evolve, but sadly, since occupation in 2014, this organic growth, this ability of people to relate to each other in new ways, to actually examine their history with fresh perspective, that's disappeared in many ways. And that's been a sad development for Crimea, and obviously a horrific one for security in Ukraine and in Europe.
Thank you. We've heard a little bit about Ukrainian literature over the past few months on this podcast, but you study specifically Crimean Tatar literature. Could you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, I should say my field of specialty is Ukrainian literature primarily, and I've been very pleased to see on this podcast such a focus on Ukrainian literature, a great discussion about Taras Shevchenko in particular, I can recall very fondly. My journey to Crimean Tatar literature was largely a confrontation with my own ignorance. I had been spending time in Crimea over the years. I had been seeing in Ukrainian culture in particular a confrontation with the deportation of the Crimean Tatars in 1944. I mentioned that earlier. We can see in the Soviet period a lot of Ukrainian writers relating to the Crimean Tatars through the experience of this deportation and write poems and even novels that are trying to understand not only the history of the dispossession of the Crimean Tatars, but also their relationship with Ukrainians over the centuries. It's worth pointing out that in the 17th century, for instance, Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars aligned with each other against Polish power, which led to the establishment of the so-called Cossack Hetmanate in the middle of the 17th century. So when Ukrainians are looking back and telling them the story of their own journey to political statehood, the Crimean Tatars are very important. But they also have a history of being, let's say, a historical enemy prior to that point too. So there's a lot of soul-searching in this culture about these relationships. And I felt compelled to try to learn Crimean Tatar as best I could and to indeed read about their own literature, their own reflections on this history of dispossession. I think often, and I've been guilty of this myself, we look at these so-called subaltern peoples and write about them and study them from the perspective of other languages rather than taking the time to study their language as best we can. So that explains my journey to Crimean Tatar literature, which is extremely rich. Particularly in the 17th, 18th century. They have a wonderful divan literature tradition, great poetry. But obviously in the 20th century, a lot of their culture is focused on their identity and the threats to their identity. The Soviet regime was very interested not only in displacing the Crimean Tatars, but depriving them of the very relationship to their own homeland. So in 1967, for instance, they admit that the Crimean Tatars had been deported in 1944, but then seek to establish a new identity for them. And they start referring to them as the Tatars, quote, formerly resident in Crimea. So taking away their attachment to their homeland. So a lot of their culture, a lot of their literature focuses on home, the question of home. And this right now, particularly after 2014, is a common theme for Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars, that this annexation of Crimea, this wound, has forced Ukrainian artists and Crimean Tatar artists to question what it means to be at home and to explore how they can be at home together.
In that vein of sort of giving voice to artists, writers, poets, who would you recommend our audience goes away and looks up?
Well, it's difficult to find, unfortunately, Crimean Tatar works in English translation. So I'll mention one figure in particular. I think it's an important name for us to know. His name is Shamil Alyadin. Alyadin was often referred to as the brightest light in Crimean Tatar culture, but he's also a fascinating historical figure. So he's someone who was an avid translator, first of all, of Ukrainian literature, Ukrainian language literature, and saw a lot of commonalities with themes in Ukrainian language literature. But he was also someone who served in the Red Army and fought valiantly in the Second World War, but returned to Crimea in 1944 to a nightmare because the family he was expecting to see had been deported in May 1944. He was not informed of this. He goes back to his own home, in fact, near Simferopol, and confronts a new family that had taken his family's home, and confronts the person at the door who realizes this Red Army soldier is still a Crimean Tatar and smiles, understanding that this person no longer has rights within the Soviet system. So eventually, Alyadin finds his wife and daughter in Central Asia, near death from starvation in a so-called special settlement camp. And nonetheless, keeps writing, keeps the traditions of Crimean Tatar alive, Crimean Tatar culture alive. And in fact, writes a series of novels that seek to resurrect this history of Crimean Tatar Crimea. So if one goes to Bilohirsk, for instance, in Crimea, and one thing to understand about Crimea is that we often think of it as this, mountainous southern coast, but actually the arid peninsula is a key part of its identity. And cities like Simferopol, Bilohirsk, inside the steppeland, have been very influential over the course of modern history. Bilohirsk used to be known as Karavsu Bazar, a really vibrant Crimean Tatar cosmopolitan city. They used to call it the Paris of Crimea. And so Aliadin writes about this history, resurrects it through fiction, and then also revisits these allegiances and identities of solidarity between Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars in the 17th century. So a really versatile artist, someone who wrote poetry as well as prose. So Shamil Aliadin is a good name to know.
I'd like to open up the floor to you, Francis and Roland, so please jump in with your own questions here.
Thank you, Claire, and really interesting to hear your perspective, Rory. I mean, I just wanted to, we've talked a lot about the culture and the context here, and so I just wanted to bring it back to what is, of course, the central question in relation to the war at present, which is what will happen if Crimea becomes the centrepiece of the military action that we're expecting to see in the coming months. What are your thoughts generally, first of all, on the potential reconquest by Ukraine? How will Russia react? How will Putin react? And what do you think is the feasibility of Ukraine taking back Crimea successfully in a period of time that is perhaps, what's the way of phrasing this? In a period of time that isn't overly long and overly short, that can mean things become more and more tense on the peninsula?
Thanks for the question, Francis. And first of all, I would just say, in terms of the term reconquest, I'd simply say deoccupation. And this is important because I do think you're right to raise questions about the liberation of Crimea. And I do think it's important for us to understand how millions of residents of Crimea have seen their rights and freedoms curtailed very violently, actually, by Russian occupation. And that the Ukrainian state has a duty to those citizens, given that they live on its own legal, internationally recognized territory. But obviously, in terms of the practicalities of the military intervention in Crimea, first of all, I'm not a military analyst, but obviously in history, we see these things progress gradually and then suddenly. And I think the analyses that you cited a little bit earlier in today's podcast of this slow attrition and then sudden capitulation seem to me fairly reasonable. I'm not sure about the time frame, but I do think that the urgency is there, and that I do think that the Zelenskyy administration and the Ukrainian armed forces realize what I mentioned earlier, that under no circumstances can the Russian occupation of Crimea be left, because peace will never come. The one thing that we learn from the history of Crimea is that when Crimea is separated from Ukraine, it suffers decline. And we see that when it's occupied by Russia, it sows discord. So it becomes a place that triggers conflict. And you can see that in the context of the Crimean War in the 19th century. We can see it now. It's been left to become this militarized bastion in the Black Sea, which causes a lot of problems. So I think they understand that you can't go halfway here. And that's not Ukraine's choice. It's been a choice foisted upon them. But for long-lasting, enduring peace, victory in this respect has to be absolute. Now, how it happens is a big question. Obviously, there'll have to be a peace settlement at some point. But we here, I think, need to be very aware that if we let a peace settlement go forward with Crimea still remaining under Russian control, we're only looking at future escalation. A Ukrainian Crimea, one that probably will have to unfold under different stages, perhaps with international mediation, will be the best guarantor of the rights and privileges and the freedoms of the people in Crimea, but also of broader regional and world peace. I think that's very, very clear. How it happens is going to be the big question. I would say that the Zelenskyy administration has been very savvy in this respect. They have an initiative called the Crimean Platform that is rallying the international diplomatic community around ideas for this deoccupation. What's it going to take to start changing and winning hearts and minds in Crimea once again? What do Ukrainian authorities do, presuming, let's say, they are able to assert administrative control over Crimea once again? What do they do with residents that have come to Crimea from Russia since 2014? Process of lustration. I do think the biggest thing will be the economy of Crimea. If Ukraine presents a viable and exciting economic future, and if the view of Russia is one of decline, as we're seeing now, and potential collapse, I think that will make a big difference in slowly but surely bringing those who've been captivated by, unfortunately, Russian disinformation for nearly 9 years, bring them back into a space where they can be reached and reconnected effectively with the Ukrainian political project.
Well, you touched immediately there on what was going to be my next question, which is on this very sensitive subject of those that have been relocated to Crimea or who have moved there on their own volition since 2014. How feasible do you think it is? How likely do you think it is that there will be pressure put on Ukraine, whether internationally or domestically, for those people to be removed back to Russia, not by force, but in terms of encouraged to go back through legal avenues? Do you think that's likely? I mean, this is, of course, it's a very, very difficult subject to talk about, but this is a conversation that had to happen at the end of the Second World War, which I've talked about on this podcast previously. And it came at a huge moral cost, but it was one that was deemed worthwhile. I'm talking about this broadly in the Eastern European context. It was one that was deemed worthwhile but for the Allies. And I do wonder whether this is going to be a very, very relevant question in the years ahead, but very interested to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah, Francis, thanks so much for that question. I think you're absolutely right. This is a very difficult question to consider now because we're not sure, of course, how the occupation is going to occur. But what I will say is that the Zelenskyy administration is fairly clear that those who have come to Crimea after 2014 illegally, again, under international law, something needs to be done. A process needs to be instantiated by which either they leave, can come back under different circumstances, but we either have to hold to these principles of international law and then follow through on their implications, or we don't. And I would say if we don't, we're just going to, unfortunately, travel down this path of further escalation. What we've seen since 2014, if we go back even further to the invasion of Georgia, over time, every single stage of appeasing Russia has seen this horror of escalation continue. So the best thing that I think the West can do is stick to its principles, follow through on the law, obviously and I think the Zelenskyy administration understands that the messaging here, for lack of a better term, public relations, needs to be a major focus of their attention because the hearts and minds will be tricky. It won't be like Kherson. This has been nearly 9 years of what I'd call pure brainwashing from Russian disinformation campaigns. So these various details will be tricky. I wouldn't want to prejudice future discussions by saying how they should go, but I will say that I've seen from the Ukrainian state very serious people talking about these difficult issues, and I think they're getting themselves ready, almost putting together something like a shadow government to come in so that they're not caught cold by any deoccupation, so they can serve the residents on the peninsula as best they can.
Thank you. And just one more from me before I hand over to Roland, which is we've not talked about Navalny, who, of course, is the imprisoned Russian opposition leader to Putin. And one of the more troubling elements of him from the perspective of many Western Europe and Ukrainian commentators is the fact that he, too, sees Crimea as being sort of more broadly under the Russian sphere of influence or indeed as part of Russia. Just wondered whether you had any insights on that and the challenges that may cause for the future of Russia's relationship with Crimea if Ukraine is able to take it back.
There's an old expression originally attributed to Volodymyr Vinnychenko, a politician and more importantly, a cultural figure of the early 20th century in Ukraine. And that is that the question of Russian liberalism ends when the question of the Ukrainian project begins. That is, the Russian liberal may seem highly oppositional in various ways, but he or she may harbor these imperialist visions and aspirations, certainly vis-a-vis Ukrainians. And I think Navalny is one of these types of liberals, unfortunately, someone who envisions Russia as, let's say, democratic in some way. Certainly, he's been focused on corruption and has been courageous in his fight against corruption. But unfortunately, he's, I think, symptomatic of a type of Russian liberal that has not taken on board the experiences of non-Russian peoples, not only in the period of the Russian Empire, but also the Soviet Union. And he needs to confront that most directly, as many Russian liberals do. So his view on Crimea, this notion of, well, Crimea is not a sandwich that can be passed back and forth, I think is unfortunate, frankly, and it's not one that shows a true broad understanding of the complexities of the Crimean Peninsula, and particularly, again, this is something we have to focus on, the economic and geographical dependency of the peninsula on the Ukrainian steppeland, which is, again, why we saw on the 24th of February troops push from Crimea into Kherson to claim that access to the northern Crimean Canal, because after 2014, Kyiv was forced, due to the annexation, to shut off the water supply. So these are the things that show us how tightly bound the steppeland in southern Ukraine are to the Crimean Peninsula. These are the facts that people like Navalny just look past, a bit like what we've done with Brexit in Northern Ireland. But serious people need to evaluate these economic and historical connections. Otherwise, we're just preparing ourselves for future escalation down the line.
Really, really fascinating stuff. It's always a joy to listen to someone who's really kind of, unlike us journalists, kind of scraping the surface of things, really kind of sat and thought and got deep into these subjects, because we always learned a lot. I wanted to push you a little bit on this question of, you talked about the heart and minds issue, and okay, it's not going to be like that. I mean, when I speak to kind of, I don't know, various Western experts, academics, diplomats, whoever, right, about how this war ends, there's always this question about Crimea. Is it realistic? Why? There's this kind of sense that the Ukrainians just aren't talking realistically about Crimea, and I think there's two reasons. One, because if you look at just militarily, it's a pretty steep mountain to climb, right? It's a peninsula, it's got a narrow isthmus, it's heavily militarized, all of that. So that's probably going to be tricky if you're going to do it that way. And the second thing they're thinking about is, well, there's two things really. One is this urge for the Russians to give Russians something. Maybe the Russians won't accept that. Maybe Putin will go nuclear. But the other thing that always comes up is like, look, it is not going to be like Kherson. It is not going to be like Kharkiv. Right? This is going to be a Ukrainian army going in to take control of a largely hostile population. That seems to be the assumption amongst many people who watch this. And I'm just interested in your comments. I mean, you point out that, as late as 2013, most people, had no interest in separatism, or at least that's what the polls say. But it has been 8 years. Maidan did change things. The atmosphere during the annexation was pretty febrile. I mean, especially in Sevastopol, which is kind of, distinct in its kind of Russian militariness from the rest of the peninsula. I mean, is your contention that those people have got it wrong? Actually, there's a sizable silent proportion of the population in Crimea who would either welcome or at least acquiesce to the Ukrainians advancing, or do you think no, actually this is a serious issue and it's one that the Ukrainians are going to have to confront? Because I can't think of, with the exception of some parts of Donbass, another place where I could see Ukrainian soldiers, if they get in there, worried about walking down the street potentially.
Roland, I completely agree that one can never underestimate the challenge. And I do think that we need to acknowledge that this question often relies on a vision of a military deoccupation of Crimea. I think there are a lot of ways in which we can see deoccupation taking place. I think a massive defeat of the Russian military in other parts of the battlefield can bring apart a broader collapse. I'm not talking about a palace coup, but I do think if we look at so many wars in human history, that defeat in one place can lead to defeat in another. The bigger question is, are we envisioning that, Ukrainian soldiers are going to be walking down the street, as you said before? I'm not sure if we have to think of it that way. And I merely say that if we're taking a broad historical view and we realize that the peninsula belongs in Ukraine as a geographical organism and that it's relied on these resources, and at the same time, we have this moral and legal principle that we need to uphold for the safety of the continent, I think we need to take very seriously this notion of deoccupation of Crimea. I often find that analysts that I talk to who don't really know Ukraine very well are falling back to the same logic of, well, Putin might escalate further, or he might use nuclear weapons. I mean, these are the things I've been hearing for a very long time. But meanwhile, we lose track of the very principles that got us here. So one of these is understanding, number one, how Crimea effectively was rescued by Soviet Ukraine after 1954. If we think about the burgeoning economy, relatively speaking, that came in the Soviet period in Crimea, if we're thinking about all the high-rise resorts that popped up along the southern coast, if we think about the northern Crimean Canal itself, all of these things took place under Soviet Ukrainian administration. And the reason they did so is because Khrushchev, he wasn't drunk, he wasn't persuaded by this notion of 300 years of Ukrainian-Russian friendship. He saw poverty in Crimea. In 1953, he traveled there, confronted so many different scores of Soviet settlers who were complaining about their material conditions and even telling him they'd been deceived in being invited to go take Crimean Tatar homes and settle there. And he saw that the Russian administration, that is, Crimea was then at this time an oblast of Soviet Russia, and it had been left to rot effectively. Part of it had to do with the depopulation. So Stalin deported 200,000 people who had specialized agricultural knowledge in the tobacco fields, in viniculture, for instance, in vineyards. And that led to a massive economic decline. So when we understand this history of Ukraine's importance to Crimea, instead of just talking about Crimea's importance to Ukraine, I think it helps us take a step back and see the reason why Crimea has been a part of Ukraine since 1991 and why it was a part of Ukraine since 1954, even within the Soviet context, which is obviously complicated. But just effectively saying, well, we think it'll be hard to change hearts and minds, so therefore we shouldn't do that, I think is not a persuasive argument. I think a persuasive argument is to say having Crimea return to Ukraine buttresses, once again, fortifies international law. However this happens, it will have to be a phased approach. It'll have to be very much something that the world pays attention to. We'll have real issues of reconciliation to address. We'll have real issues of practical decolonization to address. All of those are very serious things, and I think they'll take time. But I do think, for the sake of peace and enduring peace, they have to happen.
You're just to be clear, it's a bit of a hair-splitting thing. But when you say Crimea, of course, it, as far as the Russians are concerned, it's the oblast, but also the city of Sevastopol. You mean both, right?
I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, thank you. I'm taking the peninsula as, let's say, the focus here. My use of the term Crimea, but also Sevastopol. Obviously, that's a further layer of complication given the militarization of Sevastopol. But we can see the militarization across the peninsula, as you know well. I mean, the flooding of the peninsula with weapons and this militarization of consciousness has been an active thing day to day for nearly 9 years. So it's going to be a hard slog to do this right. But I do think we have to be focused on the principle, sensitive to the history, and to listen and to understand that there are many people who colonized effectively Crimea after 1944, who naturally feel anxious about that history, who feel anxious about the fact that their grandparents may have taken a home from another family, and that family may come back and wish to take it again. So these are complex claims that will require very deliberate, complex negotiations. But in terms of the principle of Crimea returning to Ukrainian control, I think that's key. Russian occupation has brought nothing but strife to the region and also poverty to Crimea. I mean, we're talking about a peninsula that for nearly 9 years now has had water shortages, dirty water. There's environmental catastrophe, chemical spills off the coast of Crimea, ways in which its historical inheritance has been violated by different renovation projects to Crimean Tatar cultural monuments that have been perpetrated. There's a lot that's been going on for 9 years now that has been to the detriment of Crimea and its people. And I think those things have to be faced. And we've not really spent time talking about them. We're only catching up now.
Following on from this, when you talk about decolonization, you began this discussion about distinguishing between a seaborne empire like the British or the Portuguese, where settlers go on boats, extract resources back to the center, and then along comes the mid-20th century and we let them go, but the core is still there. And you said, well, no, like Russia still essentially is an empire. But you also talked about assimilation, and it seems to me that in a lot of these discussions of kind of, decolonization of the Russian Empire at the end of this war, that sometimes people seem to ignore how successful that's been. So you could look at large areas of Russia which are, nominally ethnic homelands, but most of the population now is ethnically Russian and likely to remain loyal to Moscow and things like that. I was wondering if you have any thoughts about that discussion. Do you think that broader discussion, which I'm sure you've seen this debate about, could finally the Russian land empire crumble as a result of this war? Is that what's going on here? Do you think that's something feasible, or do you think that's just very far-fetched kind of pie-in-the-sky stuff, which goes well beyond the kind of feasible question of whether or not Ukraine can retake Crimea?
I think empires in our modern world are disadvantaged, particularly land empires. And I do think it's not far-fetched to imagine a future collapse. I do think this idea of timing it is rather foolish. One doesn't know when it's going to happen. But when you have a center that is brutally assimilating peoples on its borders, invading its neighbors, isolating local political elites, depriving them of agency and power, seeking to stifle national culture, of limiting their national languages. We've seen this in history countless times. This leads to a collapse of the imperial center one way or the other. So I do think it's on the horizon. I wouldn't say it's necessarily imminent. I'm very reticent to make any kind of prediction like this. But I would say that if you look at Ukraine, this was the conversation many people had in 1990, which was, first of all, a problematic conversation because there are too many conflations of the identity of a Russian speaker who lived in Ukraine and the identity of an ethnic Russian. And in the West, we've been guilty of this conflation too often. And that led us to say, well, Ukraine is divided. It's divided between a pro-Russian East and a pro-EU West. Obviously, no one's really talking about the division anymore because we can see that unity, which we shouldn't romanticize. It's complicated, but it's real. And there were a lot of conversations about, in the 1990s, of those who, let's say, came out of this post-Soviet context in the east of Ukraine, in places like Dnipropetrovsk, Kherson, Odessa, that in fact the Russian imperial identity would be resurgent. But what we've seen instead is a progressive movement, not away from one's Russian heritage, but to a Ukrainian future. And that's one thing we have to keep in mind. Russia and the Kremlin do not offer their own people a vision of the future. It's almost exclusively an obsession about the past. Ukraine is very future-orientated. Zelenskyy does a very good job of keeping the narrative focused on the future. And that means lots of people, regardless of their historical background, their ethnic background, can envision a place for their children and grandchildren in this democratic and hopefully more peaceful country. So I think what happens to Russia is obviously a huge question, and it's one that everyone should be aware of. But we were all in the 1980s very worried about the collapse of the Soviet Union. We can recall the Chicken Kiev speech in 1990 by George H.W. Bush, in which he goes to Kiev and tells Ukrainians, listen, don't follow your aspirations for independence. It will lead to great instability. That didn't happen. But the one thing that didn't happen in follow-up was a confrontation with Russian and Soviet colonialism. And we in the West are complicit in that failure. We didn't focus enough on the peoples like Estonians, Latvians, Ukrainians, Georgians, who were calling attention to the need for our support for proper processes of decolonization, which could have led to things like electoral quotas. It could have led to truth and reconciliation commissions. But that discourse, that discussion just didn't happen. And as a result, Russian empire never had an accounting with itself. And we're left to look at the consequences now.
Thank you so much. I think I'm going to hand back to Claire because I think we're running over time.
Before we do begin to wrap up the show, Rory, I was wondering if you had anything else you'd like to cover, anything you think we haven't asked, or anything else you'd like to discuss.
Claire, thank you so much. I think, all the questions from Roland and Francis and yourself have been comprehensive, let's put it that way. And I really applaud the Telegraph for having this daily podcast. It's extremely important that we keep focus and have these discussions on a regular basis. So thanks for having me.
Going to you, Francis, please could you tell us your final thoughts for the episode that you'd like to leave our listeners with?
Well, thank you, Claire. It was really, really interesting hearing Rory's in-depth experiences of Crimea and also his insights on it. And I was just making notes here, and it's based on some conversations I've had also with listeners over Twitter, and I'm particularly thankful for James and his compilation of some of the conversation points relating to Crimea, and indeed the general question of what Ukraine and why Ukraine thinks it's so important that its territorial integrity is kept intact at the end of this war, including Crimea and those areas seized by Russia and the Donbass. And I'm just listing out here what some of those are. These are some of the arguments that are made from Ukrainians and Western commentators. So, of course, the first one is the danger of Russia having any military foothold in Crimea, the argument being that in future they might use it as a launch pad for an invasion. And I think that is one that, given what the regular listeners who've been with us from the beginning will remember how many conversations there were about the belief that there would be a major sea operation from beginning in the Crimea territory that would then lead to the major invasion push coming from the south, or one of the major invasion pushes. So I can understand why Ukrainians think that. There's also, of course, and of course Rory touched on this idea that if there isn't a territorial integrity at the end of this war for Ukraine, that Ukraine's future becomes much more uncertain, unstable domestically. Local politics forever remains divided between the war parties and the accommodation of occupation parties, perhaps, or at least in Ukraine itself. You see the situation where there will be different camps within the country who will say, well, actually, we need to take back Crimea. It's too dangerous, and it will just lead to a generation of division over the question about where Ukrainian borders lie, if indeed there were to be some sort of peace forced upon them. So I'm just mentioning that as one of the points I've read from Ukrainian commentators. Another, of course, is that it would lead to a half-hearted attempt to rebuild the country at the end of the war, because as a consequence of this uncertainty about the future, about certain elements of former Ukrainian territory, if Crimea were not to be restored to Ukraine, there would be perhaps less investment from the West, private investment particularly, because Ukraine would be deemed as too high risk. Then, of course, as Rory and I were talking about earlier on, you'd have the question of Ukrainian citizenship and whether some people who might then move back into Ukraine from Crimea, whether they would be Ukrainian citizens, whether they would be Russian citizens, or whether they would be in some sort of legal limbo that would need to then be in some way pushed back to Russia. There's also the question of EU and NATO membership being put permanently on hold as a consequence, potentially. And then, of course, you've got the issue of foreign policy security guarantees from other countries as well. Are they more or less likely to support Ukraine in not only its memberships, but also in terms of other military support, if they think there's an unanswered question relating to Crimea or other territories that Russia lays claim to? So that is why, those are just some of the reasons why this idea of total victory for Ukraine is so often talked about, and why it seems to matter so much, is that it's not just an issue of national identity that's in the Ukrainian soul. It's pragmatic as well. It's thinking about the future, and there are a lot of concerns if Crimea is not taken back. So I just wanted to touch on that and to end on that, because I think it's really important that when we're assessing the significance of Crimea, it's much more complicated than simply taking it back. It's something that really matters for the future of the Ukrainian state, arguably, and that's why it's right to continue to return to this and what is inevitably going to be, I think, one of the integral battlefields in the months to come.
And finally to you, Roland, please leave us with your final thoughts.
I think Rory made a really strong, cogent argument backing up that Ukrainian, that famous Ukrainian claim we're taking back all of our territory, including Crimea. However, I must say that view is not shared in many Western capitals. And, you have conversations with, I won't name the countries because, they're kind of speaking off record, but you can ask diplomats from certain Western countries in the quote-unquote, Grand Western Alliance who will flatly say, no, that's not going to happen. Or this, widespread suspicion that this is a maximalist kind of negotiating position. The idea that the reason the Ukrainians keep on saying, yes, we're taking back Crimea, is that, you've got to go into the inevitable, painful peace talks, making it look like you're asking for more than you're actually going to accept, and that Crimea is actually going to be a very powerful card for them to play. I mean, I had a conversation with a Ukrainian actually, who also asked to remain anonymous because of the sensitivity of the subject, who said, he could see a conversation kind of starting around the question of, okay, what if we're talking about Ukraine gets everything else back, including Donbass, and gets into NATO, and maybe you have some kind of formula by which Russia is able to maybe hang on to Crimea in some kind of way. But it's such a sensitive subject, it's such an emotionally sensitive subject for the Ukrainian public that there is absolutely no way you can, that can be discussed publicly. And then there is the question of how Russians look at Crimea. I mean, the analogy that I always used to use, especially for British people, is kind of think about how Brits think about the Falkland Islands. And I would never, just to be clear, I'm not drawing a moral equivalence between the Falklands War and the annexation of Crimea. One was a response to, aggression by a military dictatorship against the will of the people who lived there. And I suppose I'm a typical Briton in seeing Britain as perfectly justified in fighting that war. But, before that happened, people had forgotten about it. The British government was in negotiations with Argentina on giving up those islands. Defence of the Falklands is part of our national myth. After 2014, that became it was so prominent in Russian national myth. And I think kind of Alexei Navalny's kind of cautious comments about, Crimea is not a sandwich to be passed back and forth. It was partly recognition of a political reality that he's a very savvy politician. He's always looking at kind of votes he might eventually be able to garner from the Russian public. He knew no elected Russian politician was going to be able to say, yeah, we're going to give it back. I think if it does go the way that Rory was suggesting, that Ukraine gets it back, then Russia it would mean Russia and the Russian public and Russian elites being forced into a very unpleasant position of reassessing those assumptions, which I think, to be fair, if I'm not putting words in his mouth, that's exactly what Rory was saying needs to happen. Those are my last thoughts on Crimea, and thanks very, very much, Rory, for coming on. I thought that was a fascinating discussion.
Ukraine the Latest is an original podcast from The Telegraph. To stay on top of all of our Ukraine news, analysis and dispatches from the ground, subscribe to The Telegraph. You get your first 30 days completely free at telegraph.co.uk/audio. Or sign up to Dispatches, our Ukraine newsletter, which brings you stories from our award-winning foreign correspondents straight to your inbox. You can listen to this conversation live at 1 p.m. each weekday on Twitter Spaces. Follow The Telegraph on Twitter so that you don't miss it. If you enjoyed this podcast, please consider following Ukraine the Latest on your preferred podcast app. And if you have a moment, leave a review as it helps others find the show. You can also get in touch directly to ask questions or give comments by emailing podcasts@telegraph.co.uk. Ukraine the Latest is produced by Louisa Wells and Giles Gear, and today on Twitter, Robbie Nichols.
Arma! Ой, армата! Ой, армата! Ой, армата! Ой! Ой, гармата! Ой, гармата! Ой, гармата! Ой, Ой, гармата! Ой, гармата! Ой, гармата! Ой, Ой, гармата! Ой, гармата! Ой! Ой! Армата! Ой! Армата! Ой! Армата! Ой! Де курва? Ой, гармата! Ой, гармата! Ой, гармата! Ой! Ой, гармата! Ой, гармата! Ой, гармата! Ой! курва! Ой! Гармата! Ой! Гармата! Ой! Гармата! Ой! Огонь! Гармата!